Greetings, immortals, and welcome once again to Ark preserving his voice and not butchering it. We now have... So, we're still figuring out all this phone stuff. Haha, nailed it. Okay, so we are now in the live chat. Yay! And life is good. So, we are going to continue on where we left off. Now, I was I was very tired. I've been tired for a while now, actually. I'm a little sick, but you wouldn't know it from listening to me talk unless I try to do my demon voice. Make myself cry. But basically, I was looking my stuff up, and I have a slight dilemma. So strength is going to be somewhat difficult to acquire, and honestly, so is endurance, because of the fact that every single endurance skill is one of my major skills. It means that I don't have the ability to sort of just top up with the minor skills to reach the 5 point. So I'm going to have a difficult time raising those two stats to an extent. It'll become substantially easier once I cap out Blade. But the other thing is that I can get my strength popped up, and I can potentially do it very effectively if I swap my weapon from the blade to a bludgeoning weapon. So, or to hand for that matter. See, the key is that what I want to have is, you guys saw what I just did, was I got 10 points of speechcraft, which gives me a personality. I got 10 points in alteration, which gives willpower, and I got 10 points in mysticism. Now, I mean, athletics got a point, which screwed it up, so I only had 9 points in speechcraft, but it's fine. So the key here is that I want to be doing that with my physical characteristics as well. I want to be getting 5 points in endurance and strength every time. And the problem that I have is that it's actually quite hard to accomplish that, because I don't really have control over the raises to my block skill. Well, my block skill I do, but my heavy armor skill I cannot control. When enemies hit me, I don't really have control over that. So my goal here, I think, is going to be to swap possibly to hand for now, because that's, I think, going to be valuable.
How can I help you today, friend?
You cannot. I have already finished with my non-combat stuff, and now I need to figure out how to basically start...
Good afternoon.
I need to start picking on some crabs or something. How did I just do? Let's go, like, move that thing around. And I'm just sitting here out in the rain, being slightly miserable. So we need to pump up our hand-to-hand skill by 10. So hand-to-hand is now 22. We want that to be 32 when we level up. Okay, we've also got a combined, we have 28 alteration and 22 restoration. These are all things that I need to be keeping track of if I want to be maximized in my business. So just because I'm doing a blind run doesn't mean that once I find out the information, I can't exploit the hell out of it so that I can get the best benefits. Because if I don't, I'm going to be in trouble. Probably. I don't actually know how big of an impact you have from this, so... so nice being able to be in the actual live chat. And I've been feeling really bad for the last several days because I haven't been in the live chat. So I can go to the sideways cave if I want. I can also go to Vilverin. I don't think Vilverin is a good idea because I think that guy's just going to beat the ever-loving crap out of me. So I'm going to try popping over, possibly to the Plundered Mine, or possibly over to just the lake. I think I'm going to do the lake first. So we're going to go to the Imperial Prison Sewer. I'm going to just start exploring the area directly around the Imperial City, because you start around the Imperial City. So here we go. We've got this thing right here, and I should have cast this as much as possible. This is the wrong spell. Now, I don't want to be doing that spell because of the fact that I'm going to be using Resto quite extensively. Now, the other thing is that we want to basically be getting... We want to be getting our 10 points of hand-to-hand before we start getting any meaningful degree of armor skills, because hand-to-hand isn't going to level us up, but the armor skills will. There we go. So we got a skill raise there, and we can go ahead and test this. So this spirit thing is something that we're going to have to level up, and I did not actually write down what my level is for that because I haven't done it yet. But mysticism is currently 20, so we're going to do mysticism. So, the other thing we want to do is swap to here and start killing ourselves. We're not in combat. And I don't want to stealth if I can avoid it for this particular level. I just want to get a nice +5 boost to my stats and start giving myself a little bit more potency. The question is, basically, how quickly will I be improving this skill? So Resto is increased by 1. And I'm an idiot, because I shouldn't be increasing that other skill. Hand-to-hand skill is increased again, so that's 2. Okay, I think what I can do, because this is actually going reasonably smoothly, I think what I can do is I can actually just come back and beat up mud crabs and things like that for increases to my hand-to-hand, whatever I want. So I guess I should probably increase it by 1 more point just to see how it goes. Because I don't know what changes in the next. Okay, so I want to get willpower, endurance, and strength, which means that luckily I have not actually topped up my mysticism to the next rank. We're not going to be using any mysticism at all. We're only going to be using the willpower ones. Luckily, restoration and alteration are both willpower. So we have already gotten 1 point of restoration, and we've gotten 2 points in hand-to-hand. So we're going to go ahead and pop over to the cave that we wanted to go through, and we're going to try proceeding through there. That said, yeah, I can start doing the Plundered Mine. And we can go over to my stuff. That's not the right thing. We go over to my stuff and look at this. We've got 37 and 47. So we have those 10 points to play with. The preference is that we finish up the hand-to-hand getting 10 points around the same time, but we'll see. Or at the very least, our blade skill. So let's try it out. Rusty steel dagger. And one issue that we have to worry about, of course, is, first of all, we have athletics that is always a concern. We don't want to be jumping around a lot because we'll be increasing our acrobatics. But, let's see, we want to get the most number of points in blade as possible. We need 8 more points before we get... No, we can't do that. I'm an idiot. No, we don't want to do that. We don't want to increase our blade skill at all anymore. Okay, so no more blade skill because I'm an idiot. That's a major skill. We do not want to increase that for now. So what we want to do is we want to be able to take these guys out with either hand-to-hand or bludgeons. And if we can't, then we're going to have to figure something else out. Because we need to be able to get those skills up. And my blade skill is something that I'm only going to be able to start raising again, either when I don't have to worry about the, what's the word? Getting any armor skill raises. So when my armor skills are capped, or when I, have something else happen. You know what? I'm actually going to go beat up some other crabs with this level. This is silly. Okay, so because all that time that I'm spending like hiding there is time where my sneak skill is potentially rising. So we are going to pop over to this area again, and we're just going to take a look at what's available here. Now my basic goal here is to try and at least get to 25, but I want to get to 32 unarmed skill. I need to get a better melee weapon for bludgeoning, because my bludgeoning weapon right now is trash. I do not want to do any swimming, because I probably increase my athletics dramatically faster by swimming. So we just want to circle around and hopefully find some mud crabs to wail on, which will allow us to start getting our unarmed to a proper value. There we go, we've got a mud crab right over there. So we got Nernroot here, successfully harvested it. Did it just block? It just blocked with its little pincers. Okay, so we have not actually gotten a skill raise there. How close are we to getting a skill raise in our hand-to-hand? Pretty close. I mean, it's not super close, but it's reasonably close. Close enough for government work. Well, not in Singapore, but close enough for government work. So, the other thing that I could do is I could try, there's that necromancer over to the north, and that's an option for me to try out as well. So there's more Nernroot here. I still don't know what this does. I haven't seen myself fail to acquire it yet. calluses cover your joints, knuckles and joints from hours and punching and kicking. At long last, you're an apprentice in hand-to-hand combat. You have a new standing power attack, which does extra damage. Press and hold the power attack button. Okay, so that's cool. Okay, so we've now got up to 25 hand-to-hand skill, so that's a third of the way to what we need for this level. So that's good. And we're just going to be pumping up our armor skill. Interesting. So we found another exit from the sewers. Sewers are good. Sewers have rats in them. I like rats. Can I take the brick? So we got some of those. I'm going to go ahead and save this. We're going to pop in here. And I might be able to beat these things down. Oh, gates and tunnels are hard. Okay, so we're not going to go in there. Again, I'm not really going to be able to do much in the way of security stuff because of the fact that I don't understand the mechanics of it. I can't control the finger bobber. So I don't know what's going on there, but it doesn't make me happy. So we're going to pop over here. And I keep jumping because I'm me. But I'm not supposed to be jumping because I don't want to increase my acrobatics skill. Shit. Okay. Just calm down, Ark. Calm down. No acrobatics increases. We only want endurance increases. Unbind from the spacebar. It's just too tempting to hit. It has consequences. How are we doing on athletics? Athletics is... Okay, so we've got a wolf here. It's fine, I should be able to take a wolf. This is not a wolf, this is a dog. Why is a dog attacking me? Please stop attacking me. Whoa, Jesus Christ! Okay, well, we found a timber wolf to replace the dog that we were just fighting. That's too long an attack. And hand skills increased, so that's 4. This thing does hit reasonably hard. Plus side, I don't have to worry about my durability on my fists. I might actually get 2 skill raises off this thing. This thing is taking forever to kill. So we got 2 skill raises off of this thing. That's actually really good for us. damn it. The key is that we need to survive, and we don't survive because of the fact that it hit stunned us, and now we die, and get very, very, very sad. Okay, so we want to go find that Timberwolf first, and not... Reloading. None of this jumping crap. Okay. And I shouldn't have gotten killed by that Timberwolf. I just played badly. The Timberwolves are pretty easy to deal with. They have a very basic attack pattern. So... Where are you, Wolfie? There it is. Oh, this is just a normal wolf. That's not good. I apologize to anyone who does not approve of the punching of dogs in the face, and who finds this disturbing. Can definitely count myself among your number. Okay. So, despite my dislike of the very concept of beating the crap out of wolves, we're doing it anyway because it needs to be done. Needs to be done. So we're going to save this. We now need to take a look here, and we don't want to get our hand too high. We have 4 skill points here. And what we want to do is have just enough hand-to-hand skill that we can basically... we want to get 9 points, basically, so that the last enemy that we fight, we can just block and defend for a million years to get 10 points. No, we need to get 10 points in hand-to-hand first, actually. Well... No, because we could get that during the fight, and then take up the last little bit that we need. It's okay, so we'll try this out. Oh, the other thing is that we do need to be pumping up our skills here. Alteration is the willpower one, right? Okay, so alteration is... yes, willpower. So we're doing the 2 willpower ones. We've got 1 point here. I think we've got 2 points in alteration now. I don't know why it's pronounced alteration so weird. I'm pronouncing it like alteration, which is not a normal way to pronounce alteration, but whatever. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe there's, you know, some accent that refers to it that way, but that's not the accent that I'm familiar with. So I'm guessing that this is a camp full of people that are going to try and murder me because the dog tried to kill me. So...
Your presence here will not be tolerated.
okay, well then I'm gonna leave. That's fine. You know, no big... no harm, no foul? Okay, good. So, we're not in combat. He said that our presence here wouldn't be tolerated, but it looks like he's some sort of guard, and is only going to be attacking if you actually get close enough. Or yeah, either that or he heard me but didn't see me, and as a result didn't actually know where I was. So let's take a look for mud crabs. Being able to punch a few more mud crabs would be convenient. But the one thing that I think is kind of unfortunate about the way the leveling system is handled in this game is that you, because of the fact that you have to control every level so like extremely in order to get the sort of maximal benefits from your leveling, it really does interfere with your ability to just kind of play and enjoy the game the way that you could in Skyrim. In this one, you have to be very, like, very careful about where you invest your time and energy. Bring it, buddy. Bonk. Kabong. So, hand-to-hand skill is almost up to 27. At that point, we will be halfway there for hand-to-hand. And how close are we with restoration? Restoration is 23, but it's about halfway. So we'll see whether restoration becomes something that I need to worry about moving forward. I really like pumping up the skill using alteration because it's very cheap, and I can very quickly pump up my alteration this way. So I really do not want to go down into that water. So we're just going to keep circling around this map here for now. No reason not to get the maximal amount out of this. Shit. I just jumped. Unfortunately, we're not seeing as many mud crabs as I would like. There's some more Nernroot over here. I wonder what this Nernroot is for, because we seem to be always successfully harvesting it. I have not seen a unsuccessful harvest of Nernroot, and it feels to me like it's going to have some sort of like quest that's associated with it or something along those lines. Just by virtue of the fact that there's this whole quest chain to figure out what to do with it. But it seems to be like a normal alchemical material that I can just use, so I'm not sure why the game is treating it special. All special-like. Now, unfortunately, we are traveling a considerable distance right now. Oh, there we go. So our hand-to-hand skill has improved. Oh, we're still alive. That was actually just me knocking it unconscious. So we're gonna pump up our alteration here, and we're getting very close to the point where we're just gonna find either a crab or some other relatively weak creature that we're just gonna putter around with. Now, the other thing that I need to remember is that I need to keep enough, because I'm going to be taking a lot of damage here. I need to keep enough levels on hand. I think I've used up 6 of my levels for the willpower stat, which is honestly not as important. It's not as important that I make sure that I maximize my usage of that particular stat, because while regen is great, there's kind of a limit to how much of it that I'm going to need. Once I have reached the point where I'm not actually utilizing all of my regen, I'm not going to need more of it. Though I might never reach that point as well. It kind of just depends on how hard the game armored here. Successful harvest of that. And we have a bunch of places that we haven't gone to that we should start exploring. So hand-to-hand is up to 27. So we're halfway there for hand-to-hand. Hand-to-hand is halfway to the cap that I'm looking to get to. And once we reach that, we'll be able to get a nice +5 strength bonus this level. And if we can get 10 levels like that, we'll be able to basically have the same kind of combat potential that we currently have while using our Adrenaline Rush. And our Adrenaline Rush will, of course, just pump that even further. So, I don't know what the actual stat cap is, assuming there even is one. But, and I don't know how much the stats really impact things. I did notice that doubling my stats did not make any meaningful dent in the quantity of like damage that I was doing to certain enemies. So I'm not going to be using any shrines generally, unless I'm intending to like specifically talk to a deity. So if I'm trying to talk to a deity, then sure. But if I'm not going to be seeking out the deity's favor because that's nonsense. This is Aldrea. This is Aldrea. And the other thing that I could do if I wanted, and this is actually a serious option, is that I've been increasing my hand-to-hand skill, but I haven't actually increased my heavy armor skill because of the fact that I've been so good about just beating them up without taking any damage. If I can keep that trend up, then instead of doing it the way that I've been thinking of, you know, I'm going to do that because I'm going to be hitting my athletics up to the next level anyway. So we're just going to be jumping around and trying to get our acrobatics and athletics up. So we found another cave. Are we in combat? No, we are not, so we're going to save the game. There's a bed. And we might as well just pop in here and see what's in here.
Who's there?
Okay. This looks like a cave that I should come back to.
I'd better cut.
Jump around. Jump around. So instead of going for endurance and strength and all that other stuff, we're actually going to be going instead for speed and all those other things. I can get a nice +5 bonus to speed. Looks like I'm getting a little close. Not too close for comfort over here. I don't think I want to go all the way over there. But I should be able to get a pretty nice bonus to my my speed stat, which will just make me better generally because it increases how quickly I move, and movement is a great defensive stat, it's a great offensive stat. Being able to actually chase down that goblin from before would have been really convenient. So getting my speed stat as high as possible would be a very convenient thing for me. My acrobatics skill has just improved, so we are now definitely all in on speed. So our goal here now is to say no armor increases at all. It's all going to be just beating things to death, and then once we've successfully reached the maximum there, we are all set. So we're actually not going to need to get healing. So since we're not going to be doing any healing, we can just keep pumping our alteration skill up for now. And then maybe next level, we'll try to find a more tight-knit enclave that we can pump up our heavy armor skill with. So let's take a look here. We've got... Okay, so I'm gonna write these stats down because I think did I get an athletics skill? Shit. I guess I'll find out. It doesn't matter what it started out as, really, because they're the only major skills that we're going to be getting, so it doesn't matter. So let's see. Yeah. Okay, we don't need to record our major skills because major skills are the ones that are translating into a level up. So all we need to do is pay attention to when we're getting close to leveling up, so that we can ensure that we've gotten all the other things that we need before then. Okay, now onto our alteration. Alteration is now 34, and it started at 28. So we've gotten 7 points of willpower skill up raises. And we're just going to keep wandering around looking for crabs. Where are on the map? And while we're wandering around looking for crabs, one of the cool things is that now we can actually... we don't have to worry now about like how much running we're doing. All of the running that we're doing is translating into the stats that we're actually planning on leveling now. Which means that we can start doing this place over here might be interesting, so take a look at it. Well, if the doe is running around here, how dangerous could it possibly be? So for kill here, there's nobody here looking at me, so we're just gonna keep pumping. So we can go into this fort if we want. You'd think that the area in the general vicinity of the capital would have slightly more like well kept stuff here.
Who's there?
Nobody. So that's the guy with the two-hander.
Who's there? Hello? Hello? Who's there? Who's there? Who's there?
So are these guys all hostile?
Whatever it was, it's gone now.
This is so funny. I'm just like randomly walking into this fortress. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and save this because I can always just leave if I want. So this is an easy one, which means that I have to actually utilize the control scheme, which means that we're gonna go ahead and do an auto attempt. And we can get, whoops. Go ahead and steal all their stuff here. Turn the handle. Let's just keep pumping my alteration. And we're just gonna walk out, because... Actually, we're not. We're gonna... No, we don't want to increase our lockpicking skill. We don't want to increase our lockpicking skill right now. So, we're going to just pop outside. So we can come back here when we want to improve our lockpicking skill, and maybe improve our defensive skills. We'll just have to find out. So for right now, we've got alteration up to 35 rather, which means that we have 2 more points available to get. We have a decent number of points that we still need to get for our levels. You can see our progress to the next level is virtually non-existent. But that should go much faster now that I'm like jumping around more. As I jump around like a madman, it should increase that. So my alteration skill has improved. We're getting very, very close to capping that out. So we've got 36, which is 8, and plus 1 from restoration. I'm not going to keep pumping this for now because I want to make sure that I have the opportunity if I need to. Oh right, I don't have any stamina. On the plus side, we have 2 crabs here. So hand-to-hand skills improved. And there we go. And apparently that thing had gold on it for some reason. So we can now heal ourselves. And this is why we didn't want to spend any more on alteration, is because getting more alteration skill means that we won't be able to heal ourselves as much as we damn well please. So we're just going to jump around a bit more. Athletic skill is increased. And athletics increases, I believe, my stamina overall. So that should be pretty useful as a skill just to have, because one of the problems that I've been having is just running out of stamina. And I might, as I improve my athletics, start reducing the amount of penalty that I get for running to my stamina regen. Like, that might be a thing that happens as well, and that would be a really massive boon for me, because being able to run around in combat would be really useful. So we're going to put away our fists. Just throw them here. Some Nirnroot here. Grab that. Terribly interesting over here. There we go. I see one thing that's very interesting to me. So our hand-to-hand is 28. We need exactly 4 more points of hand-to-hand skills, so... I'm trying to conserve my stamina. I'm not even sure if it's a good idea. I feel like it might be better for me to just blow all the stamina I can, so that I do less damage per strike. But I have concerns that I might generate less skill ranks if I'm attacking while exhausted. I think it might just be based off of the amount of damage that I deal with each strike. So... The other thing is that I need to always remember that increased. We just need 3 more of those, and we'll be done. So why is that in a coffer? So with the 3 extra points, we'll be able to get a nice +5 bonus to our strength. We're not going to get any endurance this level. Let's take a quick gander at our heavy armor. Yeah, I need to start taking so much damage. I've been taking unnecessary damage because I've been trying to conserve my stamina, and that's just a bad idea. I just can't do that. So we're not going to be jumping around in combat, but we will be keeping ourselves out of harm's way. And for enemies that run away, you could even conceivably sort of beat them with an inch of their life, wait for them to run away, then beat them again until they run away again. Once they start coming back, once they run away, they'll regen back up, and you just kind of repeat that over and over. So I think we're getting about half of a skill point per mud crab. Now, the one thing that we do have as an issue here, this is easily resolvable. I can take off my armor. I could put on light armor, and light armor is speed. Since light armor is speed-based... Oh, the other thing I can do? I can go swimming. So I'm going to go swimming to increase my athletics skill. I'm not going to do it quite yet. Or will I? Where am I now? Because rather than traveling around on foot, I could be swimming around. Basically just zoom around underwater for a while. Pearls. It's not increasing my athletics terribly fast. These pearls are extremely non-valuable. Gonna pop out, so you can like jump out off the surface of the water supposedly. Do you have high enough athletics? Or was it acrobatics? I think it might have been acrobatics. Okay, so where am I going? I think I'm gonna try going after somebody. We're gonna go to this tower. And on the way, hopefully we'll run into some wolves or something that we can fight. I'm actually going to remove my armor completely, because there's just no reason to take the risk that I increase my heavy armor skill. So we're just going to strip down. Nobody will complain about this. I'm not going to run into any guards who just start going, "What the hell are you doing? Why are you running around naked in the wilderness?" And I'll just say, "I'm a monk. I need to beat up things with my bare hands." And then I'll get arrested for being a lunatic. And then I'll be sad. Fort Empire. Okay. It's a little on the nose, isn't it? Oh, Jesus. Hello. Can I just easily that? Probably not, right? No. Alright, so we're not going to go into Fort Empire. Because Fort Empire is scary. We are, however, going to trigger it. Yeah. now I need to figure out where I'm gonna go. I guess I'll just explore the Great Forest. Why not? The Great Forest is great. I don't know direction to the Great Forest. Let's do it. Currently in combat, but I might be in combat with a thing before. I think you get acrobatic skill from falling from heights. So jumping off of the highest things that I can find that I can safely jump off of without dying might be how I want to handle this. Yep. Okay, so acrobatic skill just jumped by a massive amount. And let's take a look. How close are we to our next? We have a while to go yet. Let's take a look at my... heavy armor skill is very... Found Ales well. Either that or All's well. I think it would be Ailswell, but they might pronounce it a little strangely. Or, well, they might spell it a little strangely. Okay, so we've just increased our restoration skill, which puts our restoration at 24 and our alteration at 36, which means that we do not want any more points. We've now got 10 in both, so that's good. We found the Finger Bowl Cave, which we can now go into if we want. Looks like a very dangerous... Ah, skeletons. Hi. I might be able to fight this skeleton just in hand-to-hand. It would certainly be easier to do. If I had... Okay, so I actually am doing pretty well against this thing. Considering that I've got two of them to deal with and I'm a dummy. Why can't I jump? So I think I'm gonna reload the autosave, and we can try to just get one of them, preferably the zombie. We've got the skeleton. And I'm going to try to beat this thing down. You're getting too far away from me, my friend. So slowly but surely, we are actually whittling this thing down. It has different attack animations than the goblins, which makes it a more suitable target for hit and run tactics like this. doesn't defend itself as effectively either. I think that the skeletons are weaker than the goblins are. So we just took down the... we just took down that skeleton. We improved our hand-to-hand skill again. We need 2 more hand-to-hand skill raises, and we will be done with that. Once we do that, we just need to get our acrobatics skill up. So we'll just need to figure out how to do that. And I can cast a few more a few more of these spells on myself without risk of pumping myself up, because restoration tends to level very slowly, just by its nature. It's the kind of thing where it's expected that you're going to be casting quite a lot of it, so they reduce the amount of benefit that you get for each spell cast. Whoops. Okay, that was dumb of me. Just standing with that. Okay, so he also has a fast attack. So hand-to-hand skills increased by 1. And zombies are my friends if I want to increase my hand-to-hand skill, I think. That was just me walking directly into his attack, which was obviously not the correct decision. So... this has 2 attack power, which is really terrible. I don't understand why the damage values are so low on these weapons. Yeah, the zombies take a lot of hits to take down. Their attacks are reasonably easy to dodge, if you're not an idiot. Luckily for all the people who enjoy watching me die, I'm an idiot. They do not appear to ever block, which is convenient. Has so much HP that I'm kind of bound to screw up eventually, because I'm sloppy and don't play well for extended periods of time. Okay, I'm actually just going to save this because I feel like this is a reasonably... Oops. There's a pit there. Okay, where are you? Jesus Christ, how does a zombie disappear? Okay. Up here, heal myself up, because I'm nowhere near increasing my resto skill. That was close. Let's make sure that we're still nowhere. Yeah, we're not even remotely close. I'm just gonna go over here. I'm gonna save the game because he's really far away. And the reason that I'm doing that is that I don't really want to make you guys feel bored because I'm doing the same fight over and over again just because I'm sloppy. So, my hand-to-hand skill is actually high enough to serve my purposes now, I believe. I think we've gotten up to 10. Yes. So we need to be very careful here that we don't cap it out. Increase it again. I'm just going to sit here with a shift held down. And I'm going to run 2 feet to my left. And I'm going to hold shift again. And this just sort of resets my stamina a bit. So that we can actually do proper damage to this guy. Hand to hand is halfway. Oh shit. Need to heal ourselves. I swear the zombie's like a friggin' boss fight. So very, you know, easy boss fight. But a boss fight nonetheless. You know, very high stats, very, very easy attack patterns. We are going to go ahead and swap to not Blade, because that has use for us. Actually, maybe it won't. I think we might be able to finish him off with our sword before... getting his blade skill increase, and I can't if I do that. Oh, also, I need to not get hit, because if I get hit once, my heavy armor skill increases. Okay, I need to unequip this blade. I think it's regenerating faster than I'm hurting it. Oh my god, we killed it. Okay, so we managed to kill it. We get the Mort Flesh, we get the lockpicks, we can save the game, and we now have the ability to just pop out here, and we need to get increases to our athletics skill and to the acrobatics skill, and that's what we're going to focus on for right now. So we can drop our weapons away, we don't need them. We just need to figure out what we can jump off of to get ourselves some acrobatics skill. I'd prefer not to jump off something that's going to lead to actual damage being taken if possible. So we're going to try jumping like this, and that didn't take any damage. Okay, that time I took damage, but my acrobatics raised a lot. Let's take a look at my restoration skill. My restoration skill is reasonably low on the skill ranking, so I should be able to just keep jumping off this cliff and have that be... Oh. Hello, what are you? Warthog? I don't want to fight a warthog, though. I don't want to fight anything. I want to be nice. And, have a good time. Go away, warthog. Okay, so we're going to have to move to a different location so that we don't have any problems with the wildlife. Are we still in combat? No. Okay, so we're no longer in combat. The warthog was just pissed off because we were a little bit too close to it for its comfort. So how are we doing here for skills? We need a little bit more of everything. But I don't think that I get too much just by jumping, though I do get some. I think predominantly I'm going to be getting my skill boosts for acrobatics from jumping off of cliffs. So that's going to be fun and exciting. I always enjoy hurting myself in these kinds of games. Whee! Hurting yourself for fun and profit! So like if I jump down a ramp, where's my... So those 3 jumps didn't really give me any meaningful amount of acrobatics. So one jump that does a little bit of damage to you is worth way more than jumping down like that. Okay. Not really. Let's see if this cliff over here is more useful. Acrobatic skill has increased. Yay! So we're going to be able to pump up our speed, our strength, and our willpower here. And let's look at our restoration. Our restoration is still reasonably low. I would prefer to be able to increase my other thing a bit. Athletics. So where is my... Sorry, my acrobatics. Acrobatics is doing very well jumping just continuously down this cliff. Let's see if I can get down this cliff and successfully get acrobatics skill raise without falling over dead. So we didn't get any acrobatics skill raises there. I think I kind of do just need to actually take the hit in order to be able to increase my acrobatics skill. Because it just goes up too slowly otherwise. So, athletics, we can just go ahead and swim for a while, just to see how effectively we can raise athletics. I'd love to get athletics all the way up to 50 here. My concern is that I don't know if it's going to be terribly time efficient. And I kind of feel like I probably get more out of swimming underwater than I do swimming on the surface. I'm reminded of EverQuest, where one of the primary ways that you did shit was you would raise your swimming skill by just sort of putting yourself in a corner where you can continuously swim with auto run on without drowning. And then you just leave your character there overnight, and then you come back with max swimming skill. So you'd see characters in certain cities just swimming into corners. Because if you didn't increase your swim skill, you swam extremely extremely slowly. You just could barely move when you were underwater, and it was really crippling in the very few instances that you actually needed to swim, and you never actually spent enough time underwater, really, to improve your swim skill. Like, even if you went to the underwater dungeon, like, oh my god, I can't imagine going there with no swim skill. That would be horrible. Just being completely unable to move. So, we have one unfortunate thing right now, namely, my athletics is not really increasing very fast despite the fact that we're in the water. I'm not sure how to get it to improve faster, but I really want to improve my athletics. Like, I really want that skill raised. So, we're going to take a look at our map. Okay, we're just going to swim to the eastern side of this thing and try to pick up everything we can find along the way. Oh shit. Fish. Okay, I'm getting out of water. Oh, there's a mud crab over here. Oh my god, there's so many mud crabs over here. This place is just packed with mud crabs now. It's awesome. So we're just gonna swim across here, grab some more pearls. And one thing that we can do if we feel the need to is we can increase our acrobatics skill by just speed running or speed moving somewhere. Just fast traveling somewhere, and then once we've fast traveled somewhere, we can once we fast traveled somewhere, we can just, because that'll heal us, we then do something super cool. It's gonna be awesome. Okay, so how close are we to getting this first athletics? We're getting reasonably close. It's not, you know, far away. It's taking a decent bit of time, but it's not taking that exorbitant amount of time. It's taking enough of an exorbitant amount of time that we're not going to want to do it for the entire way. We're definitely going to need to use acrobatics to do it. And luckily we have found ways to improve our acrobatics. So, we're here, we're going to get one more skill raise here. So our athletics is increased. And we now need to get acrobatics. So where is a good place? Actually, we already know where a good place is, so we're just gonna... Actually, this is what we're gonna do. So, this Fingerbowl Cave is a place that we could utilize because we can just jump off all the cliffs that are around here to go downstairs. In the process, we're going to increase our whatever this thing's called, our acrobatics skill, and then we can swim to increase our athletics skill, and that will allow us to get the maximal bonus to speed. Alongside the maximal bonus to strength and the maximal bonus to whatever other nonsense we're getting. So how close? We didn't get like any acrobatic skill off of that jump. Okay, so acrobatics is going to be rough. And it might just be might be more cost effective to just jump constantly. Like, I don't know how much time this takes by comparison. Jump, jump, jump. Jumping up a hill might even be better because you can kind of just spam it. Our acrobatics does seem to be rising at a decent pace right now. Yeah, our acrobatics is doing some fine. So I think we're going to focus our acrobatics for right now, just because of the fact that it's going to take forever to get our athletics up. Athletics is just something that we're going to have to get over the course of the game, which is unfortunate because without being able to really boost it directly, it's constantly going to be causing problems for us while we're leveling up other things. Because we'd like to be able to just boost it all the way up to 100 so that we never have to worry about it ever again. But that's just not going to happen. Let's get this. The other thing is that if I unequip my shield and just have my sword equipped, then I should be able to fight things just with the sword and nothing else, and actually increase my blade skill that way, which would be convenient. And that might be what I want to do instead of increasing my unarmed, is try to find things like skeletons that I can actually just fight without worry. Jump, jump. We are, I think, 3 more skill points, maybe. And how's my athletics coming? My athletics seems to be coming at the same pace regardless of whether I'm swimming or not. If it's going a little faster while swimming, it's only a little. So I can just work on both athletics and acrobatics by jumping around like this. And so that's what I'm going to do. We're not going to worry about the athletics skill on its own anymore. And hopefully we'll be able to get athletics up to 50 next level, assuming that we want to do that. But next level, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be heading over to pick on that necromancer, because I've just realized that, holy crap, I can actually fight things that are, like the zombies and the skeletons, are actually very easy for me to fight now. I don't know if I've increased in skill, or if I've just increased in power, but for whatever reason, I am just much more potent and capable of handling harder things. So athletics is probably not going to raise at all here. We're probably just going to... But those zombies actually are really a lot of HP to burn through, so simultaneously a good thing and a bad thing. What I'd really like is to have some sort of just passive HP regen, because that would allow me to just do this and that. That's my resto skill anyway. Okay, my acrobatics is about to raise again. Restoration is pretty close. We've increased our acrobatics skill again, and we need, yeah, I think we need 2 more levels. There are 2 more points. But this will actually help us in a lot of ways, because it's also going to make it so that we take less damage when we fall from high places.
Whoa!
Whoa. Jump, jump, jump. Yeah, I think that this little, like, strat is actually working really well for us. Is just climbing up a hill and jumping, just chain jumping our way up, I think it gives you a lot of skill because you get... I don't think that it gives you points for airtime. I think it gives you points for if you fall far enough that you're using your acrobatics skill to prevent damage. And if you take a bunch of damage from the fall, you get... So basically, the distance of the fall gives you skill points. But I don't think you get a meaningful difference unless you're getting to the point where you're, like, falling damage range. Which means that if you just kind of find a little cliff face that you can jump your way up, you can scale up it, then that will help you a lot. Let's see. So going up all three of those was pretty massive. So acrobatics is something that we're going to be able to raise pretty quickly as long as we just jump our way up a cliff and then jump our way back down. I'm going to save this. I'd like to jump pretty much all the way back up. So we need one more, I believe, in order to be able to level up. So I'm going to see if we can we use this. No, because I'm not jumping right now. So you can see right now that I'm not actually jumping. So you do have to have a cliff face that you can actually legitimately scale. If you can't scale the cliff face, then you can't get any skill points from it, because while you're approaching the cliff face, you're not going to be jumping. You can see I got a huge number of jumps there. And acrobatics is up to... So I'm going to try to actually get my acrobatics up to not quite the point where I level up, because just in case I did the math wrong somewhere. Oh, Jesus. Let's heal ourselves up so that we don't fall over dead at some point in the near future. And we got a decent bit of acrobatics from that delightful fall. And I think this is just the quickest level. Just climb up there. Follow it up with a climb up here. Follow that up. We're just jumping down. Gotta actually jump there. So how close are we? We are very close. So luckily, I also have complete control here over my ability to jump, because unlike athletics, where you have to slow down if you want to avoid pimping it out, with acrobatics, it's actually very easy to just stop jumping. So I'm going to climb up this cliff face alone one more time. There we go. And now what we're going to do is we're going to pop over to the same Roxy Inn that we always hang around. I'm hoping that they don't get confused by my lack of clothing.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, they don't give a crap. They do not.
What's this about?
Well, it's no problem traveling
Greetings
from
to
the
you.
Imperial City to Leowin.
What's going on with you?
If you're a
I ran
wizard
into
and
some
can walk
goblins
on
in
water,
the woods not
I'd
long
stay off the
ago.
roads, though.
Nasty little beasts.
I hear you.
Where's the...
Heard any
I
news
avoid
from
those
the other
things whenever
provinces?
I can.
Nothing
Horrible
I'd like to
creatures.
talk
Oh, she's asleep back
Good
here.
night.
Holy
You
crap.
too.
Be seeing you.
Hey, can I have a finger?
I don't know how to make this. So,
Oh shit, I haven't actually coerced her yet. That's interesting.
there's a bit. It's up.
Haven't I? Oh, I did.
Rail
The lands
will
surrounding
finally
Lake
get
Ramara are
what's
studded
coming
with
to
small
her.
settlements, farms, and woodland game reserves. Yes. The Fighters Guild is recruiting again.
It'll take too long.
Not a bad way to make some money, if you've got the stones for it. I've heard others say the same.
There we go.
We're all talking about the Emperor's murder.
So, we're now going to rest for 8 hours. We're going to see whether we have accomplished our objective here, which is to have 3 of them that have 5, and nothing else. And there we go. Strength, willpower, and speed plus 5, and that's a perfect level right there. That's exactly what we're looking for. So this is going to increase our regen, it's going to increase our movement speed by a pretty considerable amount, and it's going to increase the amount of damage that we do. It also affects how much I can carry and my maximum fatigue. Which is cool. So, that's great. And I want to do more levels like
Hi
that.
there.
So we want
Have you
to...
seen a
Well
land
met.
dreg?
Still
We
no
call
news
them
out of
billies.
Elswell.
Save the game.
Everybody
May I help
vanished.
you?
We're going to do a hard save because we just successfully got a perfect level.
Steer
And
clear
it's a
of
very
criminals.
good
business.
level. Unlike the
Really?
other
Uh-huh.
well, it
Child
wasn't even a perfect level, but it was basically perfect because who cares about personality? But unlike that level, which was first of all boring to watch, second of all took forever, and third of all was not improving any of our really useful stats, this level improved all of the stats that we care the most about, pretty much, except for endurance. And we can replicate this while still going around and actually doing useful, interesting things. So I'm going to keep improving my hand-to-hand skill, and we're basically just going to act like a monk for a while. Because if the only combat skill that I'm increasing is my hand-to-hand, I can get 10 points in strength, and then I can get 10 points in a combination of athletics and acrobatics. And then I can get restoration and alteration skill raises, and that will be enough for me. So we can then just pump up all these stats to a pretty high value and do the full monk thing, get 100 hand-to-hand this way, and then once we've got 100 hand-to-hand, we can actually move on to blunt and do the same thing with blunt that we did with hand-to-hand. So we just get like a giant two-hander and just beat the crap out of things with it. So alternatively, and this is kind of cool, is once we've got hand-to-hand capped, interestingly enough, my hand-to-hand damage is actually 3 now. It's increased the base damage of the attack. So that scales with my hand-to-hand skill, I guess? Which means that it's about on par with the bludgeoning weapons I have in terms of absolute damage, and it has its own advantages as well. So, what do we want to murder? I'm going to try out, because we now are a bit stronger. I can try facing off with some of the... No, we don't need to go after the goblins. We have the Moss Rock Cavern. I was just talking about how I was going to do it, and then I completely forgot about it. So this is a nice, convenient hill, actually. We can jump our way straight to the top of this hill. And we just maxed out our acrobatics for this level, so you guys can get an idea of how quickly you can raise your stuff. So acrobatics got about a quarter of a level just from that. So we're going to pop in here, and now we're going to beat up this necromancer. We have substantially higher, hand-to-hand skill. There's a ghost here? What the hell? Okay, there's new critters in here that weren't here before. So we just have to beat this thing to death. No problem. Here we go. Some rat meat. And this is also a perfect because this is much more like an Ark mode. Now that we're just beating things up with our bare hands completely naked. So I'm actually really happy with the way that the skill system turned out. The way that this leveling system works rewards people for doing stupid bullshit Ark modes. So let's... I don't think we can fight this ghost. Actually, I don't think I can fight this at all. My attack has no effect on the ghost. So I can't actually fight it at all. So what's weird about this... Oh, it looks like this entire area has respawned. Unless this is a different place than I think it is, but it isn't, is it? I mean, it looks familiar. Yeah, I've been here before, and for some reason, it's been completely respawned. And that's really interesting. I wonder why this happened. So the problem here is that the ghost is immune to my attacks, so I can't kill the ghost. Let's see how quickly I can beat down the skeleton. Not quickly enough to deal with the ghost. So I can't actually do this area just because there's a ghost in here. The ghost is gonna prevent me from progressing. I need to get a weapon that can actually destroy the ghost. I could try to destroy it with pure, like, I guess I can see how much damage I do with my destruction magic, but I don't think I do nearly enough damage with this to have a chance of killing it anytime this century. Yeah, you can see that, like, while I could conceivably kill it this way because I can just dodge all of its attacks, I'm not doing enough damage that I'm going to kill it today. Sometime tomorrow it might fall over dead. Assuming it doesn't run away and regenerate its life, in which case there's literally no way that I can fight it. So, we're just going to move on. We're going to go somewhere else. Unfortunately, this woman is not going to have her thing cleared out today. We can go to the plundered mine, and we're just going to try to beat up these goblins. Now, goblins are actually stronger, or rather more difficult to fight than you would expect, because they have the ability to hit you very effectively. So, facing off with this goblin, I'm gonna try to basically just beat it unconscious, see if that works. But I don't think it's gonna happen here. It's not. Okay, so that's not gonna work. I don't think that a 3-feather goblin is something that I'm gonna be able to take down like that. I think that it's just too tough for me to deal with. I'm gonna head to this exhausted mine. I'm gonna see if these guys have respawned. Oh shit, well, the things outside have, but the things outside include a berserker. Goblin skirmisher, rather. But it looks like I can pretty much just beat these things to death. Even though there's 2 of them here, I'm winning the hand-to-hand punch fest. So that one has fallen over again, but it's not dead. That time I think it's dead. I cannot fight it this way. Okay, so this one is more of an issue than the other one was. I don't know if this skirmisher is going to be feasible to kill after having taken the amount of damage that I've taken already. And that's a no. Okay, so we're not going to load this autosave. We are going to load this autosave. So we don't want to go straight there, because if we go straight there, we're going to aggro both of them instantly. So instead, we're going to go to, I guess, Harm's Folly. No, we're going to go to Fort Chalman, because Fort Chalman might have... Oh, Jesus. They might have an imp thing that I can't fight. But more importantly, it allows me to just do a jump fest over here. I was thinking that it might have just like a random skeleton on its own, but... So this is the cave I'm looking for. Am I still in combat? That beastie over there is never gonna give up. Alright, so turn off auto run. Just wait a bit. Oh shit, hello. This is a timber wolf. So this is not a normal wolf that is relatively easy to deal with. This is a timber wolf, and thus I might be able to get a couple of hand-to-hand skill raises off of it. But at the same time, I also have to be much more careful about how I fight it. Okay, so this timber wolf is pretty much on par with the zombie we just fought for durability. Shit, and I just got hit, stunned, and killed. So I let my stamina get really low there, and I think that is the reason, fundamentally, that I got hit, stunned when I got hit. And I shouldn't have gotten hit in the first place, let's be clear, but letting one hit through is not usually fatal, but if that hit leads to a hit stun, because I think that when you have low fatigue, it throws you off balance. If I was going to make the game, that's how I would influence it, so getting hit stunned would be a factor of low fatigue. So we're going to just play it safe, keep our fatigue high. We're actually trying to get our fatigue to rise as we fight this thing. Luckily, these wolves have very, very simplistic attack patterns. Shit. And despite having extremely simplistic attack patterns, I'm still more than capable of getting myself hit repeatedly by the same damn thing. Because the thing is that they run really quickly, but then they completely stop to attack. So as long as you're moving away from them when they actually launch the attack, there's no way for them to actually hit you. It requires some pretty special gameplay. You know, the type that I specialize in order to fail at it. And I also could, if I want, swap my strat here to the increasing blade skill instead of unarmed. So we've gained 2 unarmed skill raises so far. Which is good. Should be able to level pretty fast. We're getting our stamina pretty low. I'm gonna start just spamming heals. Ooh, the secret. Okay, so we just gained the ability to cast extra spells. Not a big deal. Okay, so one thing that's very strange about games is that very commonly they'll have mechanics where certain types of enemies will actually retreat at low HP. But generally speaking, wild animals, which are probably much more likely than a human to retreat in the face of danger, don't do it at all. So like, that Timberwolf didn't run away at all, even though eventually a wild animal is just going to run away. It's just going to say, this is bad. And it's not going to take long. Animals do not take risks, generally speaking. So as soon as something seems to be going against them, they're pretty much just going to flee. Like, if you look at the way that predators interact with each other in the wild, like, there's a lot of posturing and not a lot of actual combat involved. Because actually attacking something that's going to fight back is very difficult. Now, you know, that's not necessarily true with all things. So this goblin skirmisher has a shield. Which is something I would prefer that I do not have. So, we're actually hit stunning him when we hit him like that. Oh shit. Well, we just got hit stunned. Okay, we're dead. Okay, this guy might be too much for us to beat with hand-to-hand attacks. I'm probably gonna just swap to... Then again, if I do that, then I have to start improving my... I'm not sure. This skirmisher is much stronger. Like, having that shield changes the entire name of the game. So... one of the key things that you want to be able to do with fist weapons is you want to be able to just beat the person unconscious. And if you can basically start knocking them out, like literally knocking them unconscious, then you have an easy time winning from there. But if you can't knock them unconscious, then you're going to have a very difficult time. He also has more range than me. I think I'm going to pop over. There was another place down here. This had the vampires. I seem to recall another cave that had... Is it the Moss Rock Cave? Oh, actually no. The Fingerbowl Cave had a bunch of zombies and skeletons in it. So we're going to fight our way in here and see what's in here, because we can fight this kind of stuff with our bare hands. This is stuff that we can do. The only reason that we can't do that other one is because there's a ghost, and ghosts are immune to my attacks. So... there's nothing down here. I think this place is like literally just... I think I could just beat this one up. Could be wrong. Okay, so we're just going to stand behind here and heal. We've increased our hand-to-hand skill. And we're just going to let... Okay, it looks like when you're standing still, it doesn't matter whether you're in sprint or not. What? You just shot through the wall. Okay, well that sucked. But we killed him. That's the important part. Advances in lockpicking. I don't want to take any of those because that's... I don't want to increase my skills by reading books. I don't think it's very appropriate for Aldrea. So this is an easy one. We are going to take a look. If we do this easy lockpick, we are in fact going to level up our security, which we don't want right now. So we're not going to do that. Ooh, and there is more in this cave, so we can go over here. And that's a ghost, which means that we're done. Game over, dude. Okay, so unfortunately we've run into an enemy that we cannot fight, which means that we're going to have to just go away. Life is made sad. Right, so where is the exit? So hopefully the ghost does not follow me out of the cave, because that would suck. So we don't want to get any more increases to security. Is that a rat? Did I just hear a rat? There's something on me. Sounded like a rat. There it is. Good. Okay. Nice little boost to that skill. Now, we also want to get some light armor. Unfortunately, this game is much more light in terms of actual gear gains than Skyrim is. In Skyrim, because of the fact that everything drops whatever it's wearing, you very quickly accumulate, you know, light armor and heavy armor and whatever. You can get a full set of gear very quickly. Shit. No, shit, I can't go that way. In this game, you don't really have that, so I'd love to get a light armor setup so that I could get another thing that increases speed, because all three of those will increase. What? Oh, Jesus! I just got zapped from behind and died. Ugh. Okay, so we don't want to go in that direction. Oh, there's the ghost. Lovely. So the ghost is still following me. So we're just going to run away. And Oblivion has crashed, so that's unfortunate. Okay, we're going to reopen Oblivion. Not sure why that happened. Strange. I'm actually going to close this. I think the app broke. Not 100% positive on this. This is not close enough to me, sorry. If I wasn't loud enough, then I'm an idiot. So, there we go. Alright, so this seems to be working now. Oh shit. Now let's mute myself. It's ringtone. I want this to be the app, not the ringtone. Now it's doing media. That's interesting because apparently while it's buffering, the thing that usually does whatever application you're in, and will do ringtone if you're not in an application, goes to just ringtone because it makes the assumption that, oh, right! There's this boar here. So we could fight this boar if we want. Not sure I want to do it quite yet. We should probably get ourselves to a slightly safer position. Oh god. So we're gonna go ahead and save this. I'm hoping that the goddamn ghost is at least gone. I do not see the boar. Okay, I am no longer in combat. We're going to save the game. We're going to look for the boar. Why do I get the feeling that this is going to be much harder than it was? Okay, so... This thing has almost the exact same attack pattern as the wolf, actually. Just a little slower. It's only a little slower, and it's a little bit more strong in terms of, holy shit, it just friggin' took me from like 70% life to dead. And I just let myself get hit there, and I shouldn't have, so that's what you get. That's what you get. So I think I've gained 3 points of hand-to-hand. I need to get another 7. Wait, did it kill the ghost? Is that what that... What? Who made that noise?
Am I supposed to be impressed?
Who's attacking?
Ha! You'll never take me down!
Who the hell's talking?
Take that!
I'm not sure if somebody's attacking me. It sounds like somebody's attacking somebody else. Like 2 people are fighting somewhere. On the road, maybe?
Show me what you've got. Show me what you've got. Am I supposed to be impressed? I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
There's an invisible dude here.
Don't hurt me!
actually very hilarious. Okay, so we took down the boar. There was an invisible dude that was fighting the boar with us. And we've gained 4 hand-to-hand skill now. Hey, God Mode. I'm not still running around punching things. I'm punching things again. So what I'm doing now, God Mode, is I am now focusing on improving 3 specific skills. So, well, 3 specific attributes right now. So I'm getting my acrobatics and athletics up, and in order to get speed. So those are the 2 major skills that I'm getting, and those are the only 2 major skills that I'm getting. And then I'm also getting hand-to-hand, which I'm getting 10 points in per level. I've just gotten my 4th. And I'm getting alteration and restoration. So getting my willpower up. So those 3 stats are going to be getting +5s. So that's how I leveled up last level, and that's how I'm intending to level up this level as well, in order to sort of maximize my gains. Because right now, I've been having a problem when I'm leveling up that, you know, I'm splitting my stuff into too many different stats. And if I can max out sort of like my hand-to-hand, my acrobatics, my athletics, things like that, I can start having fewer abilities that are going to be leveling up automatically, if that makes any sense, and screwing up my whole rotation. So that's my current thing that I'm working on. So I just need to figure out what I'm going to fight. Oh, there's a bunch of mud crabs downstairs. I'm going to go beat all of those up, because I saw them while I was swimming, and beating them up seems like a good plan. Also, I can take some damage while I jump down this place without too much issue, because I have the ability to actually pump up my restoration skill this time, whereas last time I couldn't afford it. Whee. Okay, so that's a lot of damage taken, but we gained a pretty decent bit of acrobatics here. So right now I'm focusing on my speed, willpower, and strength. Increasing my speed should be useful for improving my overall combat capabilities, because it just means that I can dodge more attacks, snake in my own attacks in between theirs. Increasing my strength should improve pretty much everything about my ability to fight, because it increases my damage, and presumably will also improve my ability to actually hit the enemies, break through their blocks. That might not be the case. That might be based off of agility, but either way, it should be fine. So I'm going to be beating up on some more mud crabs for now, but we've become substantially stronger over the last couple of levels, so we should have an easier time than we have been having in the past. So this is 47. I don't need to keep track of these though, because they're my major skills. As long as I only increase the speed skills, I automatically will get a +5 there. I just need to not improve anything else. So, boom, 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 boom. So, relatively easy time with the mud crabs here. Hand-to-hand skill is still improving. Yes, exactly. I'm running. That is exactly what I'm doing, Godmode. Running around naked, punching crabs, punching pigs, and jumping off cliffs. It actually reminds me of Final Fantasy II. In the second Final Fantasy game, they introduced a really weird combat system that was basically a skill-based system like this one is, where depending on what you actually did in combat, that would define like what skills you had that leveled up. So like if you took damage, then you would increase your defense. If you ended fights with low HP, you would increase your max HP, but I think you had to take a little bit of damage in the process. But it was fundamentally based off of like what percentage of your max HP you took, whereas I think defense was just the total instances of damage. So, like, it was an interesting system that they introduced, and everybody hated it because it was the first, like, time anyone had done that, and so they did it terribly, right? Everything was implemented in such a strange manner. There were some really weird bugs, and if you played through the game normally, as opposed to just, like, trying to cheese it out completely, it led to weird shit. Also, I just increased my restoration, and I just realized that I did not actually save what my skill levels were before. I think restoration was at 25 already. I don't think I increased it twice here. I think this has only been increased once. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that that is the case. So 25 restoration, 36 alteration. Is that right? No. Restoration must have been 24, I think. So we're going to assume that restoration was 24. If I'm wrong, then I just have to spend a little bit of extra time jumping at the end, and if I'm right, then I don't screw myself over out of the level. So let's see. So hand-to-hand is now 37. We have... So Oblivion is crashing now, and I'm not sure what's causing this. This is the second time that it's crashed today, but it didn't crash at all yesterday. So I don't know what's causing this. It's not a huge deal because I do save pretty much constantly. Like, I reload my save files and save. That's how obsessive I am with saving. That was dumb. Save this. Start healing up. The other thing that I can do actually is I can just reload that and save. Okay, this is a normal wolf, so it won't be a super long slugfest like timber wolves are. I think I should be able to get at least one hand-to-hand raise off of this, because it's not a crab. And one thing that's interesting is that I think you do level up your skills a little faster on harder difficulties by virtue of the fact that things have so much more HP that you just punch them so much more. There we go. So that wolf is toast. And we are getting all the more close to where we need to be. So we need 4 more hand-to-hand raises, and then we'll be ready to just spam alteration until we max that, and, you know, jump up cliffs all day long. Or all night long, as the case may be. So it'll probably be day by the time that happens. Okay, there's another crab over here. We're gonna go ahead and kill that. Because murdering crabs is just how we roll. Ooh, there's 3 crabs over here. Oops. Let's not get ourselves killed by a crab, because that would be really goddamn embarrassing. bad enough getting hit by them. Running around naked on the... This is actually 100% Aldrea behavior, by the way. Realizing that, you know, she needs to toughen up. And so just going out into the wilds and beating crabs to death with her bare hands while simultaneously training up her, you know, other important combat skills. It's very Aldrea, I will say. There we go. I think that beating, despite the fact that crabs are just objectively weaker in this, I do think that beating a giant crab to death with your bare hands is substantially more impressive than beating a wolf to death with your bare hands. Do you think that, like, it's a little alarming that she's literally beating crabs to death? They have exoskeletons. The amount of blunt trauma involved in this is a little disturbing. And sure, I mean, they're actually pretty small, so a more accurate simulation of hand-to-hand combat with a crab would basically just be you grabbing the crab and tearing its arms off because it's relatively small. So that might be a more reasonable interpretation of what's actually happening here. But we're starting to get pretty tough, actually. I'm very content with our current trajectory. Okay, we've got crabs, and I think we just aggroed one. It looks like it's just the one that's up there, so okay, so we need 3 more skill raises for hand-to-hand, and then we'll be able to start pumping our other stuff some more. That crab is done, and it's dropping a fork for some reason. I don't understand why it's dropping forks, but okay. Like, where does a crab get a fork? I'm reminded actually of, there's a thing in World of Warcraft, there's an item that allows you to give a knife to a crab that you get off of, like, a rare spawn that's literally just, like, a crab with a knife in its hand, or in its claws. It's just, like, the silliest little Easter egg type thing. Only this is a crab with a fork. I like to think of the little fork as being not like a dinner fork, but actually like a crab fork. Because they have like specific forks that you use for eating crab claws. Like it just gets the stuff out of it very effectively. And I like to think that that's the type of thing that it had. Oh, nice. So there's 3 more over here. We should have an easy time beating them up. If we don't, you guys know the way. I'm actually going to spam cultivation for a second. Just want to get... You don't seem to be moving, my friend. Have to keep an eye on my 6, because there is another crab here. Crabs seem to be having some troubles. Okay, so there we go. The other one's right there, which means that we don't have to worry too much. Seem to be getting wandering off. Don't wander off. I need you with me so that I can beat you. And improve my hand-to-hand skill and thus increase my strength. And, you know... punching crabs. Probably not a terrible way to improve your strength. Do not punch crabs, people. Please. Do not go out punching crabs and then suing me. Things that Ark does are not things that you should be doing, and things that Ark suggests are always bad ideas. So do not go punching crabs to improve your strength value and think that it's going to help you. You will not, in fact, be helped by that. So don't do it. Just don't do it. It's like a Dare commercial. Instead of drugs, it's punching crabs. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay, so hand-to-hand skill is almost capped. We just need 2 and then a tiny sliver. And we're not even close to capping out our acrobatics. Let's work on that. So we're here at the nice lodge that we enjoy hanging out at. This is where we've been spending all of our time. And let's jump our way up this hill. Keep jumping. Never stop the jumping. Never stop. Can we get 2 acrobatic skill raises before we get to the top? Maybe not. Okay. We're not in combat, and our acrobatics is not even close to capping. Hey, we found a boar. Okay, so we found a pig in the woods. What do we do with it? Punch it in the face. And hand-to-hand is now 40. Really shitty place to fight this thing, because I keep getting behind cover and shit. So there's a couple of people over there that I don't...
Show me what you've got!
God! There's just a swarm of people attacking this thing now. Who are you people? I mean, thanks, kinda, but I was...
It's my pleasure. Please continue. We don't want more worshippers. We just want to be left alone.
Okay. So these are the people from one of the shrines nearby.
Be seeing you.
Yeah, so we got too close to the Mythalis shrine, and those guys just aggroed the thing. Which is okay. Guess it's time to start jumping down the hill. Oh, Jesus. We don't want to aggro that guy over there. save this. And now we need to figure out. Hey, acrobatics increased. Need to figure out where we want to go from here. I guess I should try heading to the south side. So we're gonna go to this. Oh, there's a music right. Their definition of nearby, I think, is suspect. Steel arrow. So that guy just shot that deer and just left it there for some reason. We are going to. Okay, we're not going to be able to fast travel, so we're just going to have to walk. Fine, whatever. Just going to walk. And I don't think that there should be any more mud crabs around because I'm pretty sure I've explored this whole area. But maybe there will be. So we're just going to pop over this way. And how close are we to getting to 50 here? We're not super close, but we're reasonably close. We've gotten about half of what we need for hitting the next level. So we're going to get acrobatics up to 50 before we get the other one up to 50. Let's see here. Okay, so now we're just going to try and head south. We're going to follow the coast to hopefully beat up more crabs. Because beating up crabs is my true calling. I really like the look of the mud crabs in Skyrim. I like how they kind of just blend in with the rocks. And that they're usually, like, slightly submerged at the very least. Like they're sometimes completely out of the water, but usually they're just completely or partially submerged. I like the way that they handled that. You are a... This is a timber wolf? I don't know if it can swim. So we have a slight problem here in that I'm actually in one-shot range. So my goal here with this timber wolf is to hopefully get my hand-to-hand skill to where it needs to be. Because we might actually get it all the way up, because timber wolves have a lot of HP, and I'm beating this thing with no stamina. And I think I can just drop into the water if I take a hit. Oh, right. I actually need to start recovering my stamina now that I think about it. Because I think you're more likely to get hit stunned. If this thing hit stuns me, I'm dead. So, because 2 hits will kill me. So let's just regen up some stamina. Shit. Okay, that was close. So hand-to-hand skills increased. We're now up to 40, I think. We need to get to 42. Okay, well, this should not take too much longer. In theory. There we go. So, we are now at 41 hand-to-hand, so we're actually almost done. We just need to find another mud crab or something else that's really weak. Deal with that. We'll be able to do that, get our alteration skill and our other thing up, and then we can just focus entirely on jumping up hills. So that's exciting. Who doesn't like jumping up hills? So we should be able to find a mud crab over here somewhere, because I haven't gone this way before. So at some point we'll run into one. Jump around. Jump, 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 jump around. I heard a noise that sounded like a wolf or something, but it was not. It was just the wind. Crab! Oh. So bring it, crab. You ain't got nothing on this. There we go. Hand-to-hand skill is maxed out. Well, not maxed, it's at 2. But hand-to-hand skill is where we need it to be, which means that we don't need to do any more combat at all. So we have a few options. I think I'm just going to keep pumping alteration for now. Let's see how many more skill raises we need. We need to get our resto up as well. But resto we've gotten 2 points in, and alteration we've gotten 1 point in at this point, so we need 7 more. I'm going to get my done a little bit first. Then we're going to just hop over to this. While we jump up cliffs, we're also going to be our alteration. Oh shit. Okay, we do not want to fight this boar. Luckily, the other boar seemed to be pretty unaggressive, and I'm hoping that this boar will be as well. And since I do need to improve my resto skill if possible, I can go ahead and take some damage while falling. Is that guy still on me? Doesn't seem like it. But that's good that he's there, because it means that we can beat him up later. I just want to get my resto up 1 more point. Oh, Jesus! Hello. There's another wolf over here. So we're gonna go ahead and cross the river, because we're running into shit. There we go. So we're gonna go ahead and swap over to this. And are you still following? I don't think so. I don't think he's gonna follow across the river. I don't think he can swim. True to life, it turns out that wolves can't swim. That is a lie. Do not try to evade a wolf by swimming across a river. Though, actually, a wolf is going to have a very difficult time attacking you in a river, so it's probably not going to try. So, a human swims way better than a dog does, so a river might be a good location to be in if you're trying to get away from wolves. I wouldn't necessarily call it a safe location, but it's probably safer than a lot of them. So let's see. We're at 38 alteration. We're at 27 restoration. So this is 3. This is what? 1, 2. So we're about halfway done with this. We should have been spending more points in this earlier, but we did not. So why is there a horse just randomly standing here? Wait, I can just ride this random horse? Okay, good. So we've gotten our next point of alteration. We just need 4 more points and we'll be done. Unfortunately, we're not increasing our max mana at all right now. But we can do that. Not necessarily next level. Next level maybe, but probably not. But we can work on it. Jumping up hills, jumping up hills. So we've never been here. I wonder what an A-Lady is. I'm gonna put it. You draw power from the world. Whoa! Wow, that is a lot of mana. So I can use these wells as basically an unlimited mana supply, I think. Because right now the buff that it's given me is making it so that I'm pretty much not going to lose mana. I'm spamming my spells and I'm only at half right now. I'm not sure how I want to get rid of this wolf. It's probably right behind me. So let's take a look here. So alteration is up to 40. Jesus. Well, I was right. It's right behind me. Okay, acrobatics is increased.
Whoa!
Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, Jesus, a goblin. I don't want to fight that. Oh, we're at the exhausted mine again. Okay. Is that wolf still on me? Yep. And that wolf is probably going to stay on me. The problem is that the goblins might stay on me too. The wolf isn't a problem because the wolf can't actually hit me from behind. Okay, I need to... Am I? Oh, I'm out of combat. So I managed to get out of combat. Let's take a look here. So alteration, I can never remember, sorry. So plus 5 to alteration right now, and plus what to restoration? Restoration is plus 3. So we just need 2 more skill raises. That should come pretty quickly. And we need probably about 3 acrobatics raises. So we can work on that as we go. So I guess we're just going to try to run back home. It's not very far, so it'll be pretty easy to do. Then we can start running up that cliff again. Because there's that nearby cliff that was working pretty well for us. The alteration skills increased. Okay, so we need, I think, one more point of alteration. And then we'll be done with alteration, and we only need to worry about getting the rest of our athletics and or acrobatics as we run around beating up random boars and crabs and wolves. That's the way. The way of power is the way of beating up random critters. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're very low on HP right now. That's okay. Being low on HP never hurt anybody, right? Okay, so I want to check how close we are. Alteration is reasonably close, and I think Resto should be... Yeah, Resto is really far, so we're not going to be healing ourselves up to max here, but once we get our alteration up, we are going to be spending all of our mana on Resto, just to heal ourselves up, give us a little bit more ability to use acrobatics. And then we should be able, I hope. So we just got our alteration up to where it needs to be, which means that we just need to get 2 more points, I think, of acrobatics. Because athletics is not going to be improving. That's not what's going to happen here. Kind of like Resto, it's just not. It just doesn't level fast enough. So. Randomly damaging ourselves. And jump. So we've gone around making people love us while simultaneously spamming magic. We've now started running around like crazy people, naked in the wilderness, beating up whatever we find with our bare hands, completely naked. Because let's face it, canonically speaking, she's probably completely naked. Like, she's not wearing any clothing. The underwear is just there to keep this safe for work. Whee! And in some games it actually treats you pretty much as naked if you're in your underwear. Like, the way that NPCs respond to you is not as if you were, like, wearing inappropriate, like, underpants. It is more like, what the hell, why are you completely naked? So, I don't know about this game. I don't think in this game they respond to that. We just want to be careful that we don't go too far, because that's where we last saw a wolf and a couple of imps. So let's take a look. We want to make sure that we don't accidentally... Yeah, we're not going to count on our best. Acrobatics has increased. So we need 1 more point of acrobatics, and then we will be capped out and be all set. Never stop the jumping. Ooh, oh. is perpetual pain. Okay, acrobatics is about halfway there now. This is such ridiculous. Oh man, it's such a ridiculous leveling system. I love it. Like, I was a little concerned at first because of the fact that it's a blind run, and I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do it without screwing up my character, but it seems to be reasonably coherent, the way the whole thing works. I just needed to troubleshoot a couple of things, like before you actually go to the place and level up, but after you've reached the next level, all of your skill gains that you get for the minor skills are counting toward the next level. They're not counting toward the level you're on. So things like that are things that I needed to concern myself with. I think that I'm set for all of my skills, but we are going to, of course, want to save before we cap out our acrobatics. A little concerned about jumping off this cliff because I'm pretty low. Okay, so acrobatics is almost completely capped. We can get the next couple of points in the inn itself. We just have to jump a couple of times in the bedroom.
How are you?
Hello.
Its scent
Been
is
better?
I
unfamiliar.
I
could use
suppose
some. I don't know how to.
Sure, I'll get around to that, but for now,
There's a bed. It's upstairs.
how much money do I have right now? That's something that I need to be keeping an eye on. I have
Heard
$2.
any
Make
more
sure
from
finally
the other
get
provinces?
what's coming
That's
to
very
I
us.
understand
Now the
Daedra
prophet
worship has
is
become
ranting about
increasingly
saving the
prevalent
world.
in the Somerset
Good day.
Isles.
That's terrible.
The Altmer have powerful
Without
wizards.
question.
Well
Heard
met.
Could
any
be a
news from
dangerous
the
There's
other
situation.
anywhere in
provinces?
Tamriel you
Safe
can avoid
travels.
Nothing
rats,
I'd like to
Good
talk
day.
about.
disease
Okay.
spreading little nuisances.
Goodbye.
Clearly,
You too.
Be seeing you.
Good afternoon.
clearly I
How do you
underestimated
do?
just
Some
how
terrible
What's
trouble.
going on with you?
which is just yammering in the background, which is kind of cool because it gives like character to the inns because everybody's just yammering at each other. And there we go. So we got another perfect level here. So we've now increased our strength, willpower, and speed by 10 each in the last 2 levels. So that's how it works. You plod along, putting one foot before the other, look up, and suddenly there you are, right where you wanted to be all along. This is just going to keep giving me positive affirmations this entire playthrough, is it not? Okay, so that's done, and now we can decide, do we want... Look at that health! We're at 200 health now. That's pretty cool. So apparently our health does increase. Oh, does strength increase health? No. So when you do raise levels, it does increase your max HP regardless. So that's good to know. I assume that endurance increases your HP per level retroactively. I'm making that assumption. It might not be the case. If it doesn't, then I'm going to be very annoyed with myself for not maxing endurance first. But it should be fine. It should do it retroactively. If it doesn't, that would be crazy. So we are going, I think, to just keep doing what we're doing because this is kind of fun for me. I hope this is entertaining to watch. So tell me if you guys get bored of me beating on random boards and things. I think that I can probably
Well met.
Good.
start working on things that are a little harder. Like I might be able to go beat up some of those goblins, perhaps. I've now got an increase to the power of my hand-to-hand, My hand-to-hand, I think, now does as much damage to that damn sword that I have. So that gives you an idea of just how potent the hand-to-hand skill is. So, let's see, where are we going now? I think we're going to pop over to deal with the Thinger. Yeah, I'm going to maybe go... I could try out the goblin that's up here in the plundered mine if I want. Or... I could go to Fort Chalmers. I think I'm going to go there. Because why not? We can go there. There should be, I think, some undead there. I did see one of those nasty demon things as well. But I don't know. I feel like I should hopefully be able to take out some of those demons now, because they were really... They're in all sorts of places that I would think are low level. So I'm going to try to beat one of those things to death now, and see if I can actually accomplish it. Is that a ghost? I don't think so. I think that's just a light. Yeah, this is just a light. And I think in here we'll be able to fight, you know, skeletons and things like that. And there's a skeleton. Can I kill you before I die? Maybe yes. So we took out the skeleton before we died. Just beating it to death with our bare hands. Okay. And you do know that you've got some pretty impressive punching skills when you can beat a skeleton apart with your bare hands. It's made out of bone, and you are made out of flesh. Okay, so as long as there aren't any ghosts in here, we should be able to fight. Oh, this is a skeleton guardian. So this isn't a normal tier skeleton. Oh shit. So this is going to be a little tougher than the normal skeletons, unfortunately. Let's see. I'm not sure whether when you... I wonder why I had... And yeah, it looks like this is randomized when you enter. So that's good to know, but this place does have ghosts in it, which means that I'm not going to have an easy time here. Because those ghosts are not actually killable right now. I think I'm going to try and sort of run through it anyway. And we'll see how it goes. Skeleton guardian or your skeleton? Not going to have any more success beating it because I am basically dead already, but... Alright, I'm going to pop over to the other place. This place down here... Where was it? This Moss Rock Cavern, I can try to take out the sort of boss in here, wherever she is. Because this is the place that has the low-level undead, and if I can get in here and deal with the fact that there's ghosts somehow. So if I can just like bypass the ghosts, I don't really want to stealth around the ghosts, because if I stealth around the ghosts, then I'm gonna potentially increase my sneak skill, but my sneak skill is really, really low right now in terms of progress toward the next level. So I'm gonna be trying this out anyway. And there's a couple of skeletons in here. So the problem with these things is the lunge attack is a bit hard to dodge. So the lunge attack is a problem. Aside from that, I think I can probably just beat them down the same way that I beat down everything else. We're just gonna wait here for it to go somewhere else because we want to not increase our stealth skill by too much. And if we just wait around while stealth, that'll be that. So it's now turned around. And just sneak our way through here. And that's interesting. This archer is walking here. This archer has caused problems for me. But that's okay, because as long as it doesn't want to come around, we can hopefully just beat on his friend. Yeah, sometimes the lunge is a problem, and sometimes it's not. I think it has to do with how close I am to it when he launches the attack. If I'm close enough to him when he launches the attack, I don't think it's a problem. Because he just kind of lunges in place. And the ghosts seem to follow in a way that most ranged units do not. Like most archers and things, pretty much just hang back. But it would be really nice if I could complete this quest while I'm pumping up my stats. It's just not necessarily going to be easy. Okay, well, I just aggroed the ghost. Go ahead and save this. The ghost is now coming out here. Let's see if I can... Ooh, the journeyman parts. Oh, here's the thing that I was looking for. The hope here is that this thing has low enough endurance that I can actually knock them unconscious. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen. That's not looking like a thing. I wish that I had some way of protecting myself against its attacks. I'm going to reload, because we just took a completely unnecessary attack while we were approaching it. The other thing that I can do is I can actually pump this up and then beat the crap out of it while we're tankier and having an easier time. And I think I did just bludgeon him onto the ground a second ago. And unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. The ability that he has to just keep blasting me, and there's no real way to dodge that while you're in melee, is just going to spell my undoing. I need to have some mana regen, or sorry, not mana regen. I need to have some resistance to magic in order to be able to take those things out. Any sort of spellcaster is going to be really rough for me. Those guys in particular, because of the fact that they're pseudo spellcasters, are more of an issue. Whereas if I can get just like a true spellcaster that just casts spells and nothing else, then potentially I can get some work done there. So I can actually go up to this Anga place. I think is the place that I found the Conjurer. Did I kill the Conjurer? I don't think I killed the Conjurer because she was just healing herself, and I couldn't actually DPS through her self-healing. So we are going to go say hello to the Conjurer that was over here. Assuming that this is the location that I think it is. It might not be. But if we can get that Conjurer dead, assuming she's even still here. Okay, I'm in combat with something. Sounds like a wolf. Yep. It's a normal wolf. I'm going to play a little aggressively here because it's just a normal wolf, and I'm at full HP. So I don't think it has kill potential on me. Yeah, I'd love to see, like, if I pump up my speed stat to, like, 150, like, how much speed am I going to be, like, how fast am I going to be moving around the map? It's kind of tempting to have taken the steed thing, but it's okay. At any rate, we killed that thing. Let's take a look. Our hand-to-hand is currently 42, so we haven't gotten any of the hand-to-hand increases that we need yet because we've just been getting killed. Oh, Anga is this place. Yeah, this is the place that I couldn't find an entrance to. So we don't need to worry about this place for right now. So where is the place that we want? Red Ruby Cave had a couple of big guys out in front of it. This is the place that had that thing. Where was it? Was it this? Was it Belda? It must be Belda. So we're going to travel to Harm's Folly. Before we do that, we are going to burst our alteration out. We should not do that quite yet because we need to first save our stuff. So we've got 43 alteration and 27 restoration, I believe. Is restoration 27? Yes, it is. So now that we've actually saved what our stats look like, hard save. I don't think I did a hard save after I leveled. There we go. So now we can go ahead and fast travel to where we're planning on going. Do we want to go, or do we want to just walk? I guess we should just walk. Honestly, there's no reason. We need to get our acrobatics up and stuff like that. So I'll fast travel if I lose all my HP, but if I don't lose all my HP, there's no real reason to start fast traveling. So there's an archer around here. He's not after me, but it's a deer. So we're just gonna keep on keeping on. So alteration is increased. We're gonna save the game. And we're gonna start jumping down cliffs. Oh, whoops. Weapons out. My weapons. Okay, so we have a rat here. Okay, rat's toast. We take our rat meat. And we did not crash the game, but because it did a weird glitch there, we're gonna save anyway. We're saving twice to make sure that the first time doesn't matter whether it's saved correctly. Okay, we've got the exhausted mine over this way. And I think that we're going to swap to Blade once we have maxed out our athletics, which is going to take a long time. It's going to... because the problem with athletics is that you automatically raise athletics, and it's very difficult to get 10 points of something else without getting a single point of athletics. The one thing that's going to be really troublesome is that I'm going to need to be... I guess it's not going to be that troublesome. I can just use light armor to supplement it. So I'll just need to... The problem is the turns. Okay, so acrobatics has increased. Because once we get our acrobatics up to max, it's going to be very time-consuming to get levels off of just athletics. So maybe that's when we'll stop raising our speed, but maybe not, it just kind of depends. When that happens, maybe that's when we'll start, we might have to start doing a mixture of strength and speed, which is going to be harder to do because of the fact that we have two primary skills that are going to be affected by that. But at the same time, should be fine. We just need to have all of our skills set up in that way. So we're just gonna jump around, jump. This is definitely the place I was thinking of. Okay, so there's a mage here. I think she's the one I'm looking for. So my restoration skill's improved. What? It's a dinosaur. That looks like a Dilophosaurus. I mean, sure, it's not a Dilophosaurus, but... Okay, that is... I'm a little concerned here. This game might have Skyrim-style scaling, in the sense that as you get higher level, the enemies and areas get higher level as well. Okay, so she just re-summoned that thing. Hand skills improved. She seems to be spending all of her mana re-summoning the same critters that aren't really doing anything because they're kind of hanging back and she's charging.
Mud crabs more fearsome than you.
I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. Oh shit, there's another one? Oh god. So now we have a veritable swarm of creatures on us. And she should probably be able to heal herself. And that guy's casting fireballs. Okay, what the hell just hit me? I don't know what just killed me, but that was kind of terrifying. Okay, so we do not want to fight her right here because we're going to fight her alongside two other enemies that we don't want to be fighting right now. So we want to be just fighting her alongside with whatever stupid thing she summons. I'm also... Whoa, what the hell? Okay, she just like one-shot me. That was new. So she's got a dagger, but she's also summoning a much more potent weapon than that. Oh god. I'm fucked. Yeah, okay, we're gonna run away here because she's way too strong for us to just beat on. Beating people to death with our bare hands works with very weak things and things that have very, very predictable attack patterns. But right now, even mages, which should ostensibly be reasonably easy to kill because they should not have a lot of fatigue, and they should not have, or rather, a bunch of endurance, and they should not have too much HP. So they should be reasonably easy to kill relative to like fighting fighters or whatever. But they have less predictable attack patterns than mud crabs. And if I start getting hit, then I'm pretty much dead. Like even against mud crabs, at this point, I'm still not strong enough to really eat damage from them. So we can hope. Hey, you are my friend. So this is a normal wolf. So, we've gotten our hand-to-hand skill increased once here. And there we go. Took out the wolf. I don't know what kind of locks it was trying to pick, but whatever they were doing there, I'm glad that we put an end to the rogue wolf. So, I think we're going to do this for one more level. We might keep doing it for a while now, because I do enjoy this and it is improving my overall power. The one concern is that I'm improving how strong I am, but at the same time, the enemies are probably getting stronger faster than I am with this setup, because I'm improving my unarmed combat skill, which is not necessarily the most optimal thing to be improving, and I'm not really getting any gear, so I'm kind of leveling up, but I'm still fundamentally trying to beat things to death naked. The one advantage of that is that when I actually start doing content, I'll be able to get higher level gear, presumably, because it seems that the enemies are scaling, so I assume the loot is going to start scaling as well. But I have not had terribly good luck with loot this run, just overall. Ouch, oh shit, oh my god! This mud crab is going to beat me to death. This is the problem with sitting on minimum endurance for so long. Just keep healing myself. I wish I had a bigger self-heal. Okay, so that's done. Here's that well. Way shrine. We don't need this way shrine. Ick. That apply subsist. subservience to the gods. And that's not how we roll. Our job is to replace the gods. There we go. I do not think actually that the hardest difficulty on this is quite as bad as Skyrim. Skyrim, the highest difficulty gets really, really nasty. But I guess I could be wrong, because I'm being much more careful here and fighting much weaker critters overall than I did in Skyrim. So there's that as well. Because like the bandit leaders in Skyrim just ripped me to shreds, but I was actually able to fight humanoids to a large degree. Like anything that had a two-handed weapon was a serious concern because they would, if they got into melee, they had a chance to just get a cutscene kill on me, and there was no way to dodge the attack or to block it or do anything like that, because it just instantaneously puts you in a death cutscene as soon as they launch the attack. So there was that, but I feel like some of these things that I'm fighting have attack patterns that are hard enough to avoid that they might as well be putting me in a death animation if they get into certain combos. Because like those goblins, every now and then they just get into a chain combo where they're just wailing on you and charging you over and over and over again, and there's just no way to get out of it. You just take so much damage. So there is that as well. Okay, so let's see here. We're not improving these very much. This thing's doing its thing. So hand-to-hand is 20% of the way there. I don't know what we've done for alteration and that kind of stuff. I haven't been paying attention to it, but I have it written down, and that's the important thing. So I think we're going to get one more level today, and then we should be calling it there because I don't think I'm going to have time to play more today. But that'll be a pretty good amount of upgrades for one day. Of plus 15 to 3 different stats. And we'll be getting closer to the point where we don't have to be quite so careful with our skill gains. Because once I have the ability to fight without worrying about getting skill gains that I don't want, I can do all sorts of stuff. So once this unarmed skill gets up to max, that's going to help me quite a lot. And I could be doing it with Blade. That is a thing. Fort Magia. That's an interesting name for a fort. Is that Nuremberg, I suppose? Save the game. Barrel. Ooh, nice. Like that. Can we get up here? Whoa! Yes, I can. So, since we got up here, we can now jump to over here. See if there's anything special in this balcony. Of course not. Because that would be awesome. So we're going to pop into the Fort Magia. And it looks like we've got a host of skeletons in here. So skeletons are things that we can potentially fight. I will be right back and then we'll start up in here. And we are back. So, in here, we need to get 8 hand-to-hand skill raises. And that's it, I think. So we're gonna pop over here. It looks like there's nothing interesting. I like nothing interesting. Okay, none of them are facing me, which means that I can't... Okay, there we go. So I pulled that one. So we should be able to fight it. It is a axe wielder, I think. Okay, I thought I pulled it. Okay, that thing is fucking further away from me. Are they both facing away from me? Okay, that one is now aggroed. I'm gonna pull as far back as possible. So we pulled the archer as well. And we've been fighting these stupidly. Unfortunately, depending on, as you can see, like depending on where he launches the attack from, it becomes pretty much impossible to dodge. It just kind of depends on where he's attacking. You want him to be you want him to be far away when he launches that attack. Because you want to basically bait out the attack at max range, come in and beat him. But the problem with that is that sometimes he can follow it up with another one immediately. If you go in for the hit, then he hits you. Okay, this one's now facing me, so hopefully I can pull it back. I don't actually know if I can. So we're just going to try to beat this thing to death. Okay, we can go ahead and save this. Go ahead and heal ourselves. What? Oh, okay, well this thing just shot me through the wall. Okay, well that sucks. Okay, I'm reloading just because that was bullshit. Basically what happened there is it gave the sound effect. It did it again! It's the second time that it's done that, where it gives the animation, or sorry, not the animation, it gives the sound effect for him firing without him having fired yet. And it just keeps doing it. It keeps making the sound effect of a firing bow without a bow being fired anywhere in the map. Okay, that sucks. Yeah, it can definitely fire through this wall. It's not close enough right now to where it keeps doing it. It just keeps doing it. So how am I going to deal with this if I can't? It did not fire. It did. Damn it. Like if there was any coherency in the sound effect, this would actually be pretty trivial, but because the sound effect is not actually synced with the attack, it makes it so that it's just really fucking hard. And some of the sound effects are, like, I think that the sound effect for the projectile hitting things is actually accurate. Son of a bitch. So we now have two of these assholes to deal with. We're gonna just pop down here. There's another. So there's a ghost here. We just got hit by it. Go through the door. Oh god, another archer. No. Okay, so I think that have I already aggroed this thing at this point? I think so. I'm gonna reload just in case. We're gonna find out whether we've actually already aggroed this thing. Yeah, that's the sound of him coming. So I'm gonna load the autosave because I can't fight both of them right now. Not with that kind of situation. I think what I'm gonna try here is to just pull this guy up, use my mega beatdown, and just mega beatdown on him. Okay, I need to just pull this guy upstairs. Okay. So this guy is really far in now. Can I just beat you to death before you actually... Oh, this is Skeletal Guardian! So I'm not going to be able to kill this thing. This is, like, look at that. Even with the mega attack, I'm not going to be able to take out a Skeletal Guardian archer. Because I'm not going to be able to actually deal the deeps I need. Because the way that the bow animation works is just really buggy. And there's just no way to prevent them from getting their attacks off. So I'm going to load the autosave, and we're going to pop out of here. Just because he's just too strong. We can't fight him right now. And over time, I think we're going to run out of sort of stronger forms of monsters that will just be sort of deal breakers like that. I think over time we're going to start increasing in power to a point where there's a limit to how strong the enemies can get compared to us. So we'll see, but I think that is a thing that's going to happen. So just keep fighting our crabs for now. Fighting crabs. Damn So there's actually a building over here. We're gonna try and beat up whatever's hanging around over here. We've increased our athletics. We're gonna save our game. We're not in combat. This is a burned out husk of a building. With potions of insulation. So what's over here? I'm just getting so is this that? Yes, this is the A-Late well thing. Go ahead and pump all my stuff here. Save the game, and we're gonna draw power from the well. Let's give ourselves massive mono regen. Just cast as many of these as we can. I guess technically I should jump. We saw quite a few things on the, quite a few critters on the other side. That we're gonna want to work with. Yeah, I do wish that the areas weren't repopulated quite so quickly, because the repopulation of those areas has prevented me from being able to take out the sort of lower spawns that existed in the previous iteration, and thus, you know, get a chance to do some work. So, taking the Nerd Roach, hand to hand is 44. There we go. There we go. Circle strafe and finish them off. So we've got yet another one that's a little bit of extra oomph for us. And done. Okay, we're gonna start healing ourselves. No reason to continue doing alteration while we're so wounded. So there's a goblin over there that has a shield. We're gonna try to take it out. Okay, it's using its bare hands. So we're gonna see whether our bare hands beat its bare hands, and I have my doubts. not appear to be the case that we can beat it with our bare hands. But yeah, you can see that those attacks are just so quick that that's what makes bare-handed goblins so dangerous. They just have really, really fast attacks that are very difficult to deal with. Let's see, this thing is... How are we gonna do that? I could, like, climb up here. It has an axe. But it's swapping it out. I'm not sure if it can actually reach me up here. That would be a yes. Just gonna try completely stationary. Pummeling. It's not working out great for me. But you can see that, like, I can't even get away from it. Like, the thing is too fast to actually use any of the strategies that I'm able to use for things like skeletons, zombies, or crads. It's too fast. So hopefully we'll be able to get a little faster as time passes. We're going to cross over to the other side here. And hopefully as we get a little faster, we'll be able to start taking those goblins out with a little bit more efficiency. If we can be backtracking and sort of take out the goblins while they're not able to hit us with their attacks, right? Like if we can backtrack and make that be fast enough to not take their leap, that'll be good. So crab meat here. And I'm very, very happy that I'm focusing on speed right now, because I do think that speed is going to be the key to more effective combat in the future. Because speed is what fundamentally allows you to do this. The thing that I'm doing to this crab is because of its speed statistic and mine. And there's nothing stopping me from doing the exact same thing to a goblin, aside from my own lack of speed. I'm just too slow to pull that off of them. So if we can get our speed up, just keep pumping our acrobatics, keep pumping our athletics, get +5 speed every level, then we'll be in good shape. It's a lot of blood for just a few smacks to the head. Now, unfortunately, my hand-to-hand skill is not raising very fast off of these things anymore, because I just don't have to hit them that much. I need to get some stronger creatures that have more HP, but still fundamentally have dodgeable attacks, or which I can just beat to death. But there's really not a lot that I can just beat to death with my bare hands while completely naked. I mean, it's not exactly the intended gameplay here. Okay, so we have a humanoid archer. We have Puck. don't actually know if I can fight her. I have a suspicion that the answer is no, because she does have a short sword.
Whoa!
Yeah, I'm not actually causing, like, damage to her. So, the answer is definitely going to be no. We're going to have to move on. We could probably fight her dog. If we want. But she is going to be a little harder to resolve. Green stain pumpkin. So, where are we going next? Okay, there's something over here. We're gonna explore what it is. So, what is this? This is a way shrine of Talos. So, hand to hand. 45. We are almost 40% of the way to being able to level up properly. That's interesting. We just found a pair of Minotaurs. What the hell? What is that? That's a really slow attack. Minotaur of the Grove. Ouch. Okay, so that was half my HP. Okay, that is a really long-range attack, actually. It's very slow, so I shouldn't be getting hit by it, but I'm going to be. I don't think I want to fight those guys, because that's a pair of them, and I think they're too strong for me to kill in a timely manner. I guess I could try it. I could try just pulling one of them over and doing the fight in phases. Like just run away from them and pull myself into a more stable configuration. These are really tiny Minotaurs. They're kind of cute, actually, because they're so tiny. I'm going the right way. Yeah. Okay, so here's the Minotaur. Here's his friend. Okay, so there's one coming toward me. I don't know where the other one is. I'm gonna go ahead and save the game, because I feel like that was a fast attack. Yes. The problem is that I don't think I'm actually doing damage. Oh shit, that was fast recovery. I was not expecting that recovery to be fast. Spamming heals. And this is something that I can pretty safely fight. I mean, it's not... It doesn't seem to have any ranged attacks. pretty slow. So this is basically equivalent to, like, the zombies. I think it's a little stronger than the zombies we're just fighting. But I can pretty much just beat on this indefinitely. Like, fighting this thing might get our hand-to-hand most of the way to max just on its own. Just because it has so much HP. Double hits. Yeah, I'm glad that I decided to fight this. And I'm glad that I'm just saving between attacks. Because it's not very difficult to avoid its attacks, but I am the kind of person where I play really sloppy, and I just get hit by things that are easy to avoid. It's just a thing that I do. Like, my attention lapses, and I do something incredibly stupid. Yeah, I don't think there's a risk of getting hit by his fastest attack. Unless I, like, basically do it as well. So, like, there I was moving too far to the side and moved far enough back. But yeah, we're never going to get to the point where we can kill this guy quickly, because, like, there's no place that I can stand where I'll be safe from his attacks, but I can hit him, because he has the reach advantage on me. He's just got such a slow attack that I can actually safely weave in and out. Despite the fact that I'm kind of bad for him. Like, I'm trying so hard. I'm a Minotaur, I'm supposed to be fast. Why am I so slow? Because, like, who's ever heard of a slow Minotaur? The whole point of a Minotaur is that they're, you know, brawny and quick and dangerous, and they hide in mazes. Hide. They stalk mazes looking for their prey. Save here. And of course, this thing could be trolling me, because it might have some ranged attack that it's going to pull out when it gets to half-life. Which would suck for me. Because it's got that, like, magical headbutt, which is concerning to me, because anything that has magic is potentially going to use magic on me. What would be great is if it dropped its hammer. Because that's probably a pretty good hammer. It might be trash. That would be really sad. If it dropped its hammer and it turns out it's just crap. It's like, oh, okay, it says 2 attack power. Doesn't exactly look like advanced weaponry. Oops. Let's give him free hits for the sake of... just for the hell of it. So we have gotten him pretty low. I don't know if we're going to be able to get him low enough. We are definitely able to occasionally hit stun him though, which is good. I can't really take advantage of the hit stuns. Because if I'm delaying long enough to determine whether he's hit stunned, then I'm delaying too long and I'm gonna get hit by his quick attack. So like that attack is reasonably fast. Luckily it's pretty short range compared to the other ones. Okay, we just banded that tree with blood apparently. It's a very interesting design. Wow, he looks so slow, my friend. But this is a good way to get, hopefully my hand-to-hand skill is almost going to level up again. So this is an okay way to level my hand-to-hand. It's not as fast as you'd think, just because I'm only able to do one shot at a time. Oh, son of a bitch, I ran into the wall. Like, I can only get one hit on it per attack, which... has consequences. So this is just a very slow fight, both in terms of how quickly we level and in terms of how quickly we actually get him down, but it's totally worth it because we're fighting an actually hard enemy now, which is convenient. Because we've been just puttering around with crabs for so long. It's like, I don't want to fight crabs all day. I want to fight cool shit. This guy definitely qualifies as cool shit. Even if he is a little derpy. Okay, that was throwing me. I don't know why I went up 2 hits there. But luckily, even though I'm playing sloppy, I'm not playing so sloppy that I'm actually getting killed, which is nice. And, I mean, even if I get killed, I'm just going to learn my quick save, but I prefer not to die. Because generally speaking, I don't like having to save in combat. But when a given combat lasts for 30 minutes, you just gotta save during it, because if you don't, then you're just wasting your time. And one of the things that I've learned as I've been streaming is that, like, everyone wants to see you do cool shit and fight difficult things, and they don't want you to be, like, save scumming seriously, but nobody wants to watch you fight the same critter for 2 hours because you refuse to save during a 30-minute fight, and every now and then you just play sloppy and screw up. There's save scumming, and then there's save scumming. Okay, that hurt. And I I knew it was coming too. I knew I was too close to that guy. So that was a pretty decent chain of hits. I'm low enough on HP that I don't want to go in for any aggressive plays here. See, like there, I deserved to get hit because I attacked while he wasn't on the recoil anymore. I was too far away when I went in. So, just keep healing ourselves. And the more I can get my restoration up as opposed to my alteration, the better, because restoration is going to be harder overall to level. Or at least it seems to be. It's possible that I'll get some resto spell that's amazing leveling it later, but for right now, restoration is having a weak showing. Are we? We're about halfway to getting a third rank with hand to hand. We've got a little under. Damn it! I was trying to be more aggressive than I should be. I keep feeling like at low HP they're just regenerating, but I don't think that's the case. It's just they have a lot of HP, so it takes a long time to poke the HP bar down. That last little bit. They also tend, for whatever reason, the HP bar doesn't seem super accurate at low. There we go. So we got this HP bar down a little tiny bit more. It's gonna keep chasing us. Now if he runs away, I'm pretty sure he's gonna heal. But as long as he doesn't run away... Oh shit. I wasn't far enough. Whoop. Oh, I actually died! So we actually managed to get ourselves killed by this guy by underestimating how far he was gonna move while he was going down that ledge. So back off. Heal. He has to be pretty low on HP. Oh, I don't think it'll take too much longer to kill him. So, save the game. I'm gonna play a little bit more aggressively here. Hopefully not like that. Because that was not aggressive play, that was a stupid play. So let's not do stupid play. But we want to play a little bit more aggressively than we have been. Boom! Dwarven Warhammer. This is the strongest weapon that I've found so far. We got a common soul gem, and we found a Minotaur horn. So we now have a bludgeoning weapon that is better than our bladed weapon, and that's great. We can go ahead and use that when we decide we want to. And that should be better than steel, so that's pretty cool. I had a suspicion it would be a dwarven weapon, but I didn't want to go to make that claim without evidence. So, we gained, I think, almost exactly 2 ranks of hand-to-hand off of that fight. And our athletic skill is rising. We are almost to 50 athletics, which is good. That's very good for us. Let's take a look at our other spells. So hand-to-hand needs 5 more. Alteration is at 46. Let's find out what we need. 46, so that's 3 points of alteration. Restoration was at 27. So restoration is 3 as well. So we need 4 more points of those 2 combined. So we're doing pretty good. We need to progress faster toward our next level a bit, but here we go. We've got the second Minotaur. So hand-to-hand skill is increased again, so that's good. We're actually going to get most of what we need just from fighting these guys. Oh, shit. Okay, that was bad. Save this. What's really great is if you can just pin them in one spot and prevent them from moving. Like, if you can just get a nice pattern going, you can really do a lot of damage very quickly. That actually could have easily been fatal. I held down the mouse button a little longer than I should have, and I could have easily done a power attack there instead, and that killed me. So we're just going to go ahead and save the game here. Okay, we're going to play a bit more aggressively in this one because we have a better idea of what our limits are, and we have enough HP that if we screw up once, we're going to be fine. In addition, when I'm playing aggressively, I don't actually make more mistakes necessarily than when I'm playing unaggressively, because predominantly speaking, I'm just making mistakes because I'm dumb. I'm not making mistakes because what I'm doing is actually dangerous. So, when you play sloppy, you make mistakes. And since I'm not really at serious risk of dying, I don't need to pull back to save quite as often as I have been. But I think that the biggest thing that costs me time on this is actually just getting hit like crazy. Like when I got hit there, this cost me probably 15 attacks. If not more than that. Just in the amount of time that I had to kite away. Oh, athletic skills increased. Your rate of fatigue regeneration while running is increased by 50%. Why walk when you can run has always been your motto. Now the miles of running and hours of swimming have paid off. You're a journeyman in athletics. That is beautiful. So that is going to have a huge, huge impact on our life. For high movement fights, it's basically just a 50% increase in total stamina. For a sufficiently long engagement, the amount of mana as well, but the amount of a resource that you start with becomes completely trivial, and the amount that you regenerate just becomes the entirety of it. So once the limiting factor becomes your regen, pimping out your regen like this is amazing. Okay, that was stupid. On the plus side, he didn't hit very hard. Yeah, we're definitely killing this guy faster than the other one. The other one went down way slower. It's not fast, but it's faster at least. The other one was really, really slow to kill. It's too bad these guys don't have like a proper Minotaur charge ability or anything like that. I think it would be awesome if this guy just barreled down on me and started trying to hit me with his horns. Just goring the shit out of me. It'd be awesome. I mean, then I wouldn't have been able to fight him, obviously. unless it could be dodged by Streak. Actually, like, he could only do it like in a direct charge. I'd prefer not. I'd prefer for it to be a bit more badass and awesome. I always prefer for my enemies to be stronger so that I die horribly. Because dying horribly is the way that I roll. Okay, so we're getting close. It's probably at about 25%, if that. Ooh, nice one. I like that. Good hit. That was a good solid, like, bait right there. Because he was moving backward, which implies that he's going to be... That was an interesting one. He was moving backward, which implies that he's going to do one thing, but then instead he did that underhanded blow, which is one of his faster attacks, and also has decent range. playing a bit too sloppy right now. That's the first time I've seen him use that. I was wondering for a while whether it was something that was unique to the other one, but... Could you just stop moving for a second? Let you get a date down under. Sending you to Australia. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and save this because that was a pretty good string of hits. Okay, well, that was not a good string of hits. Just playing really aggressively here because I think he's really low. But he's actually he got so much HP that being really low doesn't really mean that much. This. Okay, we actually don't want to follow that move up with anything because that move has a deceptive recoil. There seems to be, I don't know about if I can call it a bug, but there seems to be an animation canceling effect that enemies can sometimes do, where animation canceling is the wrong word for it, but it's kind of like a reverse animation cancel, where the cooldown of a single animation overlaps with the next animation in such a way that you can't see the beginning part of the next animation. It just doesn't happen. So basically they get super fast attack, and it seems to happen after hit stuns, and it seems to happen after certain other things, where all of a sudden they're halfway through an attack that usually has much longer animation time. And there we go. We got another Dwarven Warhammer. I am over encumbered. So let's fix that if we can. How much weight did we just take? So these weigh 57. Holy shit. That's why I'm encumbered. So do I want to just drop... These are worth so much money that I don't really want to drop them. That's like a huge amount of money to just throw away. I don't think I need this iron mace. It's not really worth very much, and it weighs quite a bit, so we're going to get rid of it. How do I get rid of it? How do I drop things? How do I drop things? Right-clicking, isn't it? So... Is it Z, maybe? No. Let's take a look at my controls. Activate block. Cast. I don't actually know how to drop things. It's not listed under the normal controls. So I'm over encumbered, but I don't have the ability to drop things. So I'm just going to be pressing buttons randomly. It's none of this shit that I've already pressed. So it's nothing on the left side of the keyboard as far as I can tell. H. Okay, so there's no button on the keyboard that appears to be doing the job that I need to do here. So how the hell do I drop things? God damn it. So I've encumbered myself. I do not know how to drop things that while I'm encumbered. And I now need to figure out how I'm going to proceed. So first things first, let's take a look at our skills. We are sitting at 49 hand-to-hand, so we have 3 more skill raises to get. The next skill raise gives us the next tier, which is nice. And let's see how we're doing on Resto. Resto is 31, Alteration is 46. So we are going to 46 of 3 and 4, so we need 3 more raises there. So we're doing pretty good, but we need to figure out how to drop shit. I'm not a huge fan of the user interface in this game because it's not terribly intuitive, and it doesn't give you a lot of information that you really kind of need. Like, you should never need to look in the manual in order to find out how to drop something. But I feel like I'm gonna have to Google this, and it would be really funny if I had to break my blind aspect of the run because of this. If I had to Google something in order to drop shit. It's just so funny. So I'm not sure if I'm even in the right thing for it. But like none of my buttons do the job. So I feel like maybe let's take a look at hitting 3, and can I now that's not do what I need to do. So it just puts it away. Like I'm thinking maybe I have to drop it like this, but that's there's a button that allows me to wait. That's kind of cool. Oh, well, I guess I could just go into its corpse and drop stuff into its corpse. So we're just going to drop stuff off on its corpse. So we do not need a rusty iron bow. We do not need a war axe. We don't really need this. And let's see, we do not need any of these arrows. So that'll save us a decent bit of space. So we're now still encumbered, but not by as much. We can get rid of the rusty iron shield because it's a piece of crap that we don't need. Because we have a steel shield. Why would we need a rusty iron one? We can get rid of the iron boots. And now we just need to get rid of... There. Am I still encumbered? I'm still encumbered because of these reasons. So here's the question. Did I miss something? No, I didn't miss that button down there. It's not there for that. So, do I want to drop the goblin staff? Oh, I have the Mage Guild's charter right now. I think I'm going to keep that. Okay, we don't need bones. Probably don't need calipers. Okay, we're gonna need to go sell some shit. But we can now move. So in this one, you go straight from like 0 encumbrance to cannot even move because you're so encumbered, as opposed to going through the intermediary stage of having your movement blocked, like slowed down. So let's take a look here. We're going to go over to the Grove, now that we've killed the 2 Guardians. We're going to see if there's anything cool there. I doubt it. I think the only cool thing there is the Minotaurs. I didn't see anything else there. But I guess we'll find out. So, oh, there's a unicorn here. I wonder if it's gonna try and kill me. Can I talk to it? Wait, I can ride it? I'm riding a unicorn. That's pretty badass. But we don't need a unicorn. Thanks for letting me ride you, unicorn, and not for, like, not goring me. What am I in combat with now? Wait, another Minotaur? Okay, so apparently we're in combat with another Minotaur now. He saw me riding the thing. Was not amused. Okay, so that's actually good for me, because if I can fight this guy, that will... Oh shit. What are you doing? Are you attacking me? You're attacking me, aren't you? I think that thing is attacking me now because I'm fighting the Minotaur. Yep. Okay, these are communal, so we are going to need to pop really far away now, because we do not want to fight that Minotaur and a unicorn. Okay, the unicorn is far enough away that it's no longer showing up. So we should be able to fight this guy over here. We should be able to fight this guy over here without any trouble. Yeah, let's just walk right into the attacks. That's how we do it. That's just how we roll. Some people avoid damage. I actively seek it out. So you know I'm a badass. Note that I am neither a badass nor do badasses actively seek out damage. I love when they do that. It just is so amusing to me when they run straight at me and then just stand there. And then they just are like, oh right, something? Completely forgot. Hey! So, at long last, you're a journeyman in hand-to-hand combat. Your sidestep power attack now has a chance to disarm your opponent. Press and hold attack while moving left or right to use this power attack. Now, we do not want to do that on this Minotaur, because that's going to change his attack pattern. Also, holy shit. We want him to have the ridiculously slow attack pattern from this weapon. Now, this weapon might not be... or it might be more effective than his... like, unarmed attack. I don't really know. But one thing that I do know is that having the ability to disarm those asshole archers will actually be very potent. Because I can now disarm their bows And I don't know how much damage a skeleton is going to do with this melee attack. Like with its bare hands. But I imagine I'm hoping that it does less damage than a goblin, because I feel like the goblins have claws. And that's why they do so much melee damage with their bare hands. I'm really hoping that that's why they do so much damage with their bare hands. Because I feel like disarming a goblin just makes them stronger. If you strike my weapon down, I will become more than you can ever imagine. And I'm hoping that that is not the case with skeletons. I'm hoping that with a skeleton, if I disarm it, it actually becomes easier, because otherwise it's going to really suck that I have all these disarm abilities that I'm never going to use. Because why would I disarm someone if it's just going to make them stronger? I mean, there is the advantage that sometimes when you disarm it, they just run away from you. And this guy running away from me definitely is not something that I want to encourage. Don't want him running to the unicorn. Whoa, shit, shit, shit. Yeah, see there? That's the animation cancel I'm talking about, where, like, they trick you into thinking that you're safe. And that's why I don't want to follow that particular attack up, because it's deceptively quick for him to do the little shit. Gotten a pretty good amount of hits into him here. You'll note that I've actually started to get the timing down so that I can periodically hit him twice without endangering myself. So we should be able to burn through this guy way faster than the others. I'd actually be curious to look back at this and see the difference. Like in fight time. Stamina. Foreplay. That was also foreplay. Let's go ahead and heal ourselves. I should have been doing this in time. Got a lot of blood on our hands right now. There we go. Get rid of that there blood. Save this. Oh shit. I might actually die here. I'm just gonna keep playing aggressively. But I can't I can't heal myself right now enough to bring myself out of one-shot range. So now we should be able to heal ourselves enough that we might be able to bring ourselves out of one-shot range. I'm gonna just try to heal myself. Rage quit hit. And there he goes. So we're not gonna pick up this. Oh, this is Steel Warhammer. So this one is weaker than the ones that we found elsewhere. We could take this. It's worth a pretty decent amount, and it's pretty rare, I think. So we're going to take this, and we're just going to drop something that's substantially less so. So we could drop the Steel Dagger, but it seems silly to drop a Steel Dagger that does as much damage as an Iron Longsword. So instead... I don't think we need these things, so we're just going to save the game now. Let's take a look at our skills. We are now at... Restoration is still 31. We've got halfway to capped out there. And let's see. I think we're going to head back down toward the river. And we will hopefully be able to disarm the skeletons in order to get some free kills on those when we kills. To basically be able to actually fight them effectively. Ooh, looks like we have a boar. This boar is perfect, I think. Because I think this will give me... This is not going to give me an entire thing and a half, I don't think. But it should give me a decent amount. Also, this thing is going to be hitting like a truck, so I need to heal myself up a bit more. Because I think this was going to hit even harder than the Minotaurs. Minotaurs weren't actually hitting as hard as you'd imagine. Considering how slow their attack speed was, the Minotaurs were actually pretty underwhelming damage-wise. So, keep healing ourselves. Pretty sure yeah, this thing is definitely not going to give us 2 points of hand-to-hand, so we will be able to just kill it outright. I'm gonna stop feeling bad for it the moment that it fucking kills me in one hit. Because I'm sloppy as shit, but... Until then, I'm gonna continue feeling bad for it. It's gonna go down soon. And there we go. So, Boar's toast. I'm over encumbered because I'm an idiot. We still do not know how to drop shit, but on the plus side, we don't technically need to figure out how to drop shit. Let's see. This is extremely like low value per weight. And we could drop some crab meat if we wanted. And the other thing that we can do is we can actually start using our mortar and pestle. No, we can't. Shit. If we do that, we're gonna cause problems for ourselves. Okay, we can drop something. I don't want to drop anything that I might want to use later. Like, I don't want to get rid of my ingredients. I think ingredients are not something to get rid of. I think I had a... Oops. We can get rid of the Mage Guild Charter if we want to. The crumpled piece of paper has no weight. There's a knife here. Okay, I don't think we need a vase. Pretty sure that's not going to be a high impact thing. So we're going to save the game with a hard save. And we can now finish up our stuff. So we finished up hand to hand. We now have 5 damage with our fists, which puts them solidly above the bladed weapon that we were using. Interestingly enough, we actually have less hand to hand than blade skill, but I think blade probably does less damage than hand to hand at this point. So alteration is 46 and restoration is 31. 46 and 31, so 3 and 4. Okay, so we've got +7 right now. We are going to pump up our restoration because it's very close to max. By max, I mean. And we are going to start jumping around because it's time to just focus completely on our secondary skills. So we're going to jump off this rock and try to hurt ourselves. Whee! So our restoration skills increased. We're not going to increase it again for now. Just jump off the cliff again. Save the game. Keep jumping off this cliff. And we have a lot of fucking progress that we need to make for the next level, so we're gonna find a better thing to do. I think we need to find alteration skills increase. So alteration is now 47. So we're 47 and what, 33? 32. Okay. So just confirming that we are in fact just confirming that I can do math. So we're currently at 9 levels of that, and the next level will be when we're done completely. So now we just need to pump up our athletics, which hasn't been improving very much because we've been doing so much fighting with those minotaurs. The minotaurs themselves were just very long periods of combat without any real jumping around. And once we do this, we'll basically just be ready to level up. And we also need to start selling our stuff. So I can't sell these hammers to the person that I've been chatting with recently. So we're gonna try. I might do another speechcraft level because I need to increase my speechcraft level. We'll have to see. I guess I'm not that concerned about personality, so if it's a little screwed up, that's okay, but at the same time, anytime I screw up personality by getting a speed raise or something, it's also it causes a problem for the stat that is screwing up the personality run. So acrobatics is raised again, and we are about halfway, which is not terribly close. I'm going to go ahead and fast travel. Actually, I'm not going to fast travel. I'm just going to run in the general direction of my resting spot. And I'm not sure how I'm going to beat any critters. Okay, alteration skill has increased, which means that we are now done with our non-primary skills. Anything that... The only things that we need to increase now are either athletics or that other one. So, athletics and acrobatics. So we're going to get athletics up to 51 here. And we'll get acrobatics up to what? Probably about 50, I'd say. Acrobatics. That depends on how fast we improve athletics. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to quick run a jump pattern over here. I'm not really sure whether it's worthwhile to swim or not. It doesn't really feel terribly worthwhile, but... Why am I going slow? Okay. I am an idiot. Oh, okay, so I've been going the completely wrong direction. So we have that fatback cave that we can check out later. I'm hoping that we find some place that works well for us. Crab. We're just gonna run to the north and jump our way toward our base. So funny. Just jump, jump, jump. Okay, we're at 47 acrobatics. Our athletics is almost capped. That'll be good. I don't think we're going to be getting more than one level of acrobatics, though. There's not acrobatics, though. Athletics. So, we'll just have to see. I'm going to swim over there, because I feel like swimming should give you a substantially increased speed of getting athletics. And I want to get some athletics over getting acrobatics. Acrobatics is great and all, but I want to max the two of them out at around the same time, if possible. So, let's try and get this done. Of course, one of the problems is that I'm improving my level by improving a bunch of non-combat skills like athletics and that other thing. Athletics, acrobatics, that kind of stuff. So, not sure. I think it definitely goes way slower than, like, swimming to get this goes way slower than getting acrobatics does. But once we get a little bit more speed, we should have somewhat easier time. Let's get back in the water. Yay, athletics.
Whoa!
We successfully harvested their root. I think the faster that we go, the more athletic skill we accumulate, the faster we'll move. In addition to increasing our movement speed by actually increasing the speed stat. So between those two things, I think I'm going to be hopefully able to start outrunning some of these characters that are causing problems for me. And the nice thing is that if I get to the point where I can actually dodge their attacks consistently, if I have that ability, then it really changes things dramatically. Because instead of having to worry about these different types, it doesn't matter how strong the enemy is if it can't hurt you, if you can just dodge every attack with relatively ease. So like for instance, the Minotaurs are probably the strongest things that I've fought so far, but I was able to reasonably easily deal with them. And the reason is just because they can't actually hurt me unless I'm really, really dumb. So if we can get to that point with things like goblins and things like skeletons, humanoids, just the general enemies that I'm fighting, then my life becomes dramatically simpler. We're just gonna jump all the way down. That hurt. Oh god, that was a big damage hit. And it didn't really give us shit for acrobatics, so... Let's see. But yeah, we do get acrobatics from every single jump that we make that causes damage to us. And we get a pretty substantial amount of it compared to how quickly we accumulate it doing other stuff. The only thing that can really compete, I think, is just the chain jumping that we do over here, where you're jumping up really a lot of times, and it only works. Got a pretty decent chain there. Save the game, and we're getting close to the next level. Oh, the pain. Oh, the agony. So we're going to save this. And you can tell, it doesn't always make a sound when you jump. You can tell whether you're successfully getting chain jumps in by looking at your stamina bar. Because if you look at your stamina bar and you can't jump, you'll see that it starts ticking up. But if you're doing this, see how it isn't ticking up at all? The reason it's not ticking up at all is because I'm continuously jumping. So those continuous jumps are what you're looking for in order to... and you can sometimes hear the sound effect for it, but not always. So let's take a look at my restoration. Restoration is starting to get kinda close, and that's fine, because it's not gonna cap out by the time we're done here. And I think this is probably the fastest way to do this. Not even worrying about doing damaging jumps and just going back and forth here. Especially since I can actually take a little bit of damage if I do that. So on the way back down, if I go fast enough, I'll actually take a little bit of damage. And that increases my acrobatics. Okay, so I think we need 2 more acrobatics raises. We we're not going to get a raise for athletics by the 2 more raises that we do for acrobatics. But I don't really know what I'm going to get out of increasing my acrobatics skill. At some point I get the ability to like jump on water or something, which is kind of interesting. But what I'd really like is for like a decrease in the fatigue cost, or the stamina cost. I think that would be really cool. And I don't know. I don't know if I actually gain acrobatics skill for successfully using acrobatics. In terms of, I take reduced damage based off of my acrobatics skill as I fall down. So I assume that the higher my acrobatics skill goes, the further my jumps have to go before I take any damage at all. And I could be wrong on that, but I think that's the way it works. So that's the way that safe fall tactics tend to work, is they just reduce the effective range by basically ignoring the first X amount of feet, and then that you're falling, and then from then on you do other stuff. So the question is, do those feet that I'm basically negating count for the purposes of giving me skill raises, or do I have to actually, you know, accumulate damage? Because if I could get my acrobatics skill high enough, I could conceivably just go up and down this place and jump off of really big, like, steep inclines, which won't damage me anymore because my acrobatics is high enough, but will be high enough to give me skill raises. So, after long, arduous hours of practicing jumping and controlling your falls, you become Journeyman. You now have the dodge ability. Blocking while jumping makes you dodge in the direction of the jump. You will do a tumbling roll and possibly avoid an attack. Okay. Okay, so that's the other way around. It's, yeah, jumping while blocking, not blocking while jumping. Okay, so that's really cool. I'm not sure how useful it'll be, but it might be useful. And I don't know, that might actually give me faster skill ranges. So let's... just roll around. Rolling around Christmas tree. Let's see if we get skill. I don't know if I get any skill for that. So we're just gonna pop down the stairs. If I do get skill for that, it's not nearly as much as I get for doing my normal behavior, so. So we're about halfway. I want to keep a careful eye on this because I don't want to actually get it to cap. I want to get it a little below cap, the same way that I have in the last couple of times, just to make sure that I've done my math right. Because it's very easy for me to do this skill raise in the bedroom. Increase in acrobatics in the bedroom. Ooh, yeah, that's how it's done. Let's see. It's almost 5 o'clock, so we're actually finishing this up at exactly when we need to, because I'm going to need to be heading out soon. But we're going to be able to level up here. I don't know how interesting this is for you guys. I'm hoping that you guys find this amusing and fun, and hopefully it's as fun as watching me murder things. I don't know, like, I've never really watched someone do stuff like this, but it seems like it could either be funny or just boring, and I'm hoping that it's more funny than boring. Let's see, we are very, very close to maxing out our acrobatics, so, whoa. Yeah, we are super close now to maxing acrobatics. So we're just going to walk down now and not take any extra damage. Let's take a look at our restoration. Our restoration is very, very close. So that's pretty cool. I like that. We're going to go ahead and save the game. There's a guard over here. What's up, guard? We're going to pop over here, save the game, and then pop into our bedroom, but first we need to actually sell some shit because I don't think we have enough money to pay for it.
Well
we do
met.
not.
What's going on with you?
I don't know how to make.
I don't know how to make
Let's
this
do
request.
business.
So I'm just gonna talk to you like you're a horrible person. Oh, her disposition toward us is really bad. Let's exit out of here, and let's make sure that my persuasion skill is not close to max. Okay, is it
I
Raylan
understand
will
Daedra
finally
worship
get
has become...
I don't know how to.
So we can go ahead
This
and
better be
persuade
good.
her. This will get us... She does not like being admired, and she likes jokes, and she likes coercion. So we're going to go ahead
I
and
doubt it.
post
Not
a
bad.
joke.
Whatever you
That was-
want.
That was dumb of me.
Don't
That's it.
try to manipulate
Alright.
me.
Okay, so she... Shit. I guess we'll just do
Sure.
a joke. It's
That's
not...
cute. I doubt it. Don't try to Yes, yes.
This is troublesome.
Whatever you say.
Okay, so she's again started with like the worst possible combo.
Good one. Don't waste your. Yes, yes. I doubt it.
Okay, so
Not
luckily
now.
this time
Whatever
we're
you
able
want.
to do slightly better.
I doubt it. Not bad.
Okay,
Not
we're getting
bad
our
at all.
stuff up a
Don't
little
try
higher.
to manipulate me.
Don't try to manipulate me.
Whatever you want. I doubt it. That's pretty good.
And
Yes.
course,
Not now,
admire.
not later, not ever. Sure. I doubt it.
Okay,
All right,
disposition is
I
now
get it.
maxed.
Raylan
It
will
seems
fight.
Let's take a look at what our speechcraft is. Yeah, that
said
gave
I-
us
I
almost
don't know how to.
a third of a point.
We'll
Whoops.
see.
That's not what I wanted.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
So we're going to go ahead and haggle. We're going to increase our selling price to 4%. And there we go. We need to be careful. I'm haggling right now. I need to make sure that I'm not going to increase my merchant skill.
Thank you for your patronage.
Indeed.
Raylan
Let's take a look at my mercantile skill.
What's
new
will
with you?
finally get
I'm
day.
actually
coming to
going
me.
to...
I don't know how.
I just sold that stuff. We're going to just is there... I could do no strength for the next level if I wanted,
There's a bed.
just to get stuff
It's up.
sold. Because
Raylan will
if I want to
finally
do
get what's
as much,
coming
That's
to
I
him.
can try to
Trade
get
is
10
bad
points of
business,
mercantile.
and the
You
Renridger
can't be
Prin
too
are just
careful
a
out
bunch
in the
of
wilderness.
thugs.
Almost any creature
Take
you
care.
find is liable
Goodbye.
to give you a disease.
Almost any
You
creature you
think?
find is liable to do.
Safe travels.
Be seeing you.
Oh, hello. What's going on with you?
That's
I
lot
saw a
of-
mud crab a couple of days ago.
Okay,
Ugly little animals.
at some point.
Well, at least they're slow and not too bright. Their pincers are sharp, though.
There we go.
Take care.
So we're gonna rest at the bedroll. And it's actually 7 in the morning. So there we go. We've gotten another level that does exactly what we want it to. You woke today with a new sense of purpose. You're no longer afraid of failure. Failure is just an opportunity to learn something new. So we've got +5 to strength, +5 to willpower, +5 to speed. So this determines how fast you move and governs all these cool skills. So my strength is now very much outpacing my endurance, which is nice. We're gonna pop out of here.
Hello.
And
Still
it's
no news out of Elswell. since
very
everybody
good
vanished.
to have gotten that done. So anyway, that is going to be it for today. Today was just sort of
Strange business.
doing some power leveling stuff. Next time, I'm hoping to go after some of these skeletal areas that we haven't been able to do because of the fact that they just keep killing us. I might go after... I might try to increase my conjuration skill in order to basically use magical weaponry. If I can get magical weaponry, I'm hoping that I can use that to kill the undead monstrosities that need to die. Basically, the ghosts I need a magical weapon for, and if I can just summon a magic dagger or something, or like a magic mace, that will hopefully do the job there. Alternatively, I can go after the goblins again. I can possibly beat the crap out of them. I just don't know. We'll just have to find out. So thank you everyone for watching. It has been a pleasure to stream for you today, and I hope to see you all again next time.